Bills training camp continues. Off day for the team today at St. John Fisher. They'll be back practicing tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. James Cook not practicing for the second day in a row as he continues to hold in, looking for a new contract. So Ray Davis was getting the majority of first-team reps at practice yesterday. Injuries, Cole Bishop, Dorian Williams, Curtis Samuel continue to be among those that are still not practicing. It's a long list. Sal's got all the details on our website and the full list of injured players at WGR550.com. It is depth chart season in the NFL. First depth charts coming out for many teams. Joe Flacco is listed as the starting quarterback in Cleveland. The Jaguars list Travis Hunter as starting wide receiver and a second-string cornerback. Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones were both listed as starting quarterbacks in Indianapolis. Major League Baseball, Blue Jays beat the Rockies 15-1. AL East race continues. The Red Sox have won their 6th straight. They're now in second, 3 games back at Toronto. Yankees fall to Texas 8-5. They are now 5.5 games back in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I feel like your wife will have more respect for your golf game being as good as you are with a member guest title.
Now I'm a champion.
Than if you were a 4 handicap without a member guest title.
That might be right. There is a trophy sitting on the mantle.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's right.
Mantle, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mantle real estate?
I moved it to the mantle.
Wow.
Yeah, what can I say? Only thing that has to happen here, they emblazon our names on the plaque on the wall.
Uh-huh.
It's a big step. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. I saw one of the viral highlights on Twitter yesterday is a guy that hit a 115-foot putt to win a member guest.
Wow.
So, yeah, anyway, so much member guest.
115 feet. How many courses even have on 115
Well,
foot putt?
I think he might have Texas wedge off the green kind of scenario.
Oh, okay.
Either way, he putted. Yeah, he's off the green. He's putting from off the green, and he made it in front of all the members. Those moments are pretty cool.
Yep.
All right, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Sal's off today. We're giving him a day off. He deserves, well, he's still on the extra point show, but we're giving him the morning off, right? No training camp today.
Yeah.
It is the debut of Hard Knocks tonight.
Yes, it is. 9 o'clock, right?
Very exciting. We're going to get some good stuff.
Yep. Has it always been on a Tuesday? I thought I remembered it being like a Sunday night. But
I don't.
Maybe I'm just thinking of any HBO show that's appointment television usually being Sunday night, and maybe Hard Knocks has not been that.
Yeah, the Sunday night list. That Game of Thrones was Sundays. Sopranos was Sundays.
Succession was Sundays.
Was Boardwalk Empire Sundays?
Sounds right.
It seems to be the go-to move. So tonight, Hard Knocks gets started. Tomorrow, the Hard Knocks post-game show. We might have some stuff to talk about as a result, which will be pretty cool.
Yeah, but I don't know how many days back do we think tonight's going to end at? A week?
It's a good question.
Like the first 2 weeks of training camp?
I bet, well, if you want to talk about just on James Cook's front, I bet it is addressed that the star running back is seeking a contract extension, but he is here at camp. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then maybe the next episode, it's, no, he's not.
No, you know what it's going to be? I wonder, if I were doing that show, what would I do? Because if you do it at the beginning, hey, James Cook is here training. You make that a storyline, him being there. Everyone watching is going to know, well, this is outdated. We all know this didn't hold up. He's not here now. But in the show, I bet they save that part of it till the end, him showing up day one of camp, and then that's how it ends. And then there's the teaser for next week, which is coming up next week on Hard Knocks, and it's Cook not being there.
That might be right.
That's what you're going to get.
And our conversation with lead director, if I have the title right, Pat Harris, he basically said they film it all, and then they send it all back, and it's put together there. So, like, he's in charge of filming and all that, and we'll see. Like, how quickly can they turn something around and say, like, oh, no, this has to go on the end. Here's the last 5 minutes. It's going to be right here.
Right.
So that'll be good. It's tonight, Hard Knocks on HBO, 9 o'clock this evening. There's a premiere party and everything. It's good times. Carrington Harrison joins us at 9. He talks Chiefs, so we'll check in with the Kansas City Chiefs and their offseason, how that's going. So Carrington Harrison joins us at 9. And between now and then, we are wide open for you to call in and shout about James Cook if you want to shout about James Cook, or just chat about it with us. Either way. Because, I guess it's worth watching. No practice today.
Nope.
So we won't necessarily get day 3 of the situation.
Nope.
But day
assume
4
he
tomorrow,
won't play.
right?
He won't play in the preseason game, I'd assume.
I would assume that too. Wednesday and then Thursday of camp, and then back to Buffalo for the preseason, and off we go to the regular season as the Bills pursue the Super Bowl again. It's one of the things about this situation. Am I alone in thinking that I tried to start to lay this out yesterday, and I'll try again here. Am I the only one that thinks all of the macro team building, how to build your franchise is good and great, and I support all that, the idea about where you should draft. But when you get to where the Bills are, you have to start breaking some rules to try to win it. That's where, a team that's drafting 3rd overall, don't take a receiver, you need a quarterback. Oh, right, that's right, you need a quarterback. Or don't take a guard, you need this. Or, I don't know, I'm trying to think of all the things we talk about to build a franchise and what's important. It's quarterback and tackle. Remember Doug Whaley's 5 positions? Quarterback, left tackle, defensive end, wide receiver, and cornerback. Like, he had his 5 positions. These are the most important. And where the Bills are now, it's just a little different. It's, you know what? Maybe you should try to sign Odell Beckham Jr., even though we might not think it's the best idea. Let's talk about it. Anything to get over the finish line. And the Rams are a story for that, right? They traded for Von Miller. They traded for Beckham. They made the swing of getting rid of Goff for Stafford because how many other teams would ever trade their quarterback? It's only when you get to that purgatory of we are here and it's time to break a couple rules to do what it takes to get over the line. And it's not always going to work. The Rams might be lucky to have done that. And I kind of end up feeling like that with Cook because anytime anybody's going to say, guys, if James Cook's not on the team and it's Ray Davis carrying the ball, I think they're going to be fine. Find me a thing on the team that's not true of other than Josh Allen getting hurt. You and I kind of did this exercise. How many games they win if Dawkins is out for the year? Would you say like 13? It's not that he's unimportant. How many games would they win if they gave up 29 points per game on defense? How many games would they win? 13?
Yeah.
12?
This year? At least 10.
You would hope.
At least 10.
That doesn't mean giving up 29 points per game is something you want to do. It's just we are very much in this life where we are expecting double-digit wins and we're only evaluating them on the playoffs. And that kind of gets to it almost feels like to me, Joe, I'm bringing my wide receiver point that we talked about with Brandon Bean 2 interviews ago, which is he says the receivers aren't the reason we lost. And that's not wrong. 29 points they scored. But I'm thinking about, but on 4th and 5 or 3rd and 10 or the previous drive or 6 different 4th and 1 sneaks, I'm thinking, I know your team is great, but I'm really into 7 plays of an elimination game. And who's out there and what's happening and what am I doing? And for that, I'm on Cook where man, you got a lot of people pretty confident that Ray Davis is the guy that's just going to be good enough in the most important spot when I just watched James Cook make game-changing plays for them in that game. And that's got me a little nervous. I'm not here telling you they won't be good without Cook, but
yeah,
I need every single edge available to me. And if there's a way to get it over the line with Cook, I've said the whole time, like, I do want him back. I do want him on this team because, you know, these are the margins, and I'm not even disputing they would win the division.
Right.
The offense would be fine because they tend to be fine with a lot of things.
The difference, though, for me would be that this is kind of part of the replaceability of running back, part of it, that I think that is definitely true. Like, the line on them for a game or for the division or the Super Bowl does not move with any injury that isn't Josh Allen.
Right.
Dawkins,
Shakir's high ankle sprain, like, they'll be fine.
Nothing. But you have these positional groups that if you build injuries on top of one another, that can sink you.
Yes.
If I have two important offensive linemen that are injured, like, okay, three, now I start to see lines move. Now I start to see a shift. This is what happened to Kansas City in a Super Bowl, right? Like, they had not just one injury, they had multiple injuries at the same group that compounded together, and they lost a Super Bowl because of it. Not even just lost, they were uncompetitive in a Super Bowl because they just couldn't block Tampa Bay. And that's happened to the Bills, right? On defense. Linebacker. It's not just, if just Terrell Bernard or just Matt Milano had been out, then maybe you would have been fine to go up against Kansas City 2 years ago. But I had both of them out, and Balin Spector out, and Tyrell Dodson out. Like, you just had all of these guys built on top of one another, and I just don't know that would ever happen at running back. Because running back is the position more than ever, and more than any, which is, if I run out of guys, I go call Gus Edwards off the street, and I still feel like I'm not as good. No doubt I'm not as good, but I'm not in critical shape here. My offensive line, if Dawkins goes down, and then Brown goes down, and then McGovern goes down,
You're in trouble.
pulling people off the street to play offensive line, I'm in big trouble. And I don't feel that way about running back.
Then how come two of the best teams and two of the biggest competitors, the Eagles and the Ravens, have decided that position is super important? Because they got the best guys.
They have. It is worth pointing out that those teams were also unbelievable with completely replacement level running backs before that.
I agree. Miles Sanders put up really good numbers with the Eagles. They went to a Super Bowl with him. Right?
They did, and the Ravens with Gus Edwards. Dobbins was never healthy, so you can't even count him.
The Gus bus.
The Gus bus.
But that's
the Chiefs with Pacheco. Who's Pacheco?
Right.
He's okay, but he's not as good as James Cook.
No, he's not, and he's kind of faded away. Right? They drafted another guy here.
Yeah,
and Brashard Smith.
He had a down year because he had an injury early last year. Actually, didn't he break his leg?
I think so. Yeah.
And then he came back from that.
He did it just running because he runs so angry that he broke his leg throwing it into the ground.
Yeah, but he's a guy.
He's a guy.
He's a guy.
Right, that's right. And I mean, the Chiefs did draft Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Right, they tried to go big.
For right or wrong. I mean, they didn't exactly get that right. He was not very good, but they thought this is of value here,
and they won the Super Bowl with him.
I know,
and he wasn't that good.
But he wasn't that good.
And I know, like, you're right. Like, there are these other teams now that have done it, and they have gone in on it. And the Chiefs won the Super Bowl with Edwards-Helaire when the league wasn't running as much, right? And right now they are. But
kind of picking up on what you said.
Yeah.
If the Bills lost all their linebackers and played street free agents like they did against the Chiefs, how many games would they win? 13? You might think 13. You might think 12. The point is, I'm getting at it with Cook. I don't really have an argument against the 17-game conversation. If I'm Bean or the GM of this team, I'm thinking, I'm not gonna ruin the franchise here. And he talks a lot about the cap for 26 and the cap for 27, which I think that's talk for the players to try and get them to accept less. No, we don't want to hamstring ourselves, right? Reality is they won't be hamstrung. They'll be fine. The cap is not prohibitive for this team, and it keeps going up, and the Eagles keep using void years and showing one way to do it, and the Bills have started to add some void years now. So, like, they're dabbling in that market where they're pushing more money in the future because taking a loan in the future is actually cheaper. I know we always talk about it like it's a credit card bill you have to pay, but you are always paying it when you have more money. Imagine throwing some debt into next year, and you're like, yeah, but next year I'm actually getting a monstrous raise. Like, okay, great.
Right.
Sounds great.
Right. You know you're getting a raise every single year.
Yes.
Like a huge
like
one.
a 20% raise every year. Like, what am I going to do with this $2 million dead cap figure? Like, you got more money to spend. Then again, everybody does. But, Cook, I don't know where this ends. I don't know where this goes. I don't know if he kind of limps back to the Bills. It's such an interesting offseason for a lot of these players. For Terry McLaurin, for Micah Parsons, who is making this bold statement and stand against the Cowboys, but still reporting to practice and talking to teammates and talking to coaches, I guess because he has to. He doesn't want to get fined.
Yep.
I don't know what to do with Cook. The Bills have said, and Brandon Beane said, they do want him here, that they have tried to get him signed. Mm-hmm. And if he's being unreasonable about it, I guess it just is what it is. But I don't think it's just as easy as, well, the next guy up. Ray Davis had a good game. Like, okay, great. A lot of guys have had a good game. Saquon Barkley, Jordan Mason had a couple good games with the Niners. Mm-hmm. And if Christian McCaffrey's healthy, they don't just, kick McCaffrey to the curb. They think he's an unbelievable asset, and when healthy, he is. So, Ray Davis, I've got plenty of respect for Ray Davis. I've got plenty of respect for Ty Johnson. I don't think we should be looking at it as it's James Cook to Ray Davis. Really what it is it's James Cook to Darrington Evans. You're cycling everybody down one spot, and you as a team that uses your backs a lot, right? A lot. How many catches for running backs in this offense compared to other teams?
Oh, last year? Oh, weren't they the most?
Number one.
They were number one by percentage?
Maybe. We'll double check
they
that.
Were close to that.
They throw to their backs a lot. So if all of a sudden you take away the guy that's at the top of that pecking order, am I throwing it to Darrington Evans as much? I don't think so. Darrington Evans has been with the Bills a couple times, several times. He's been around the league, and he's not really caught on anywhere. And all of a sudden, he's going to be one of the three backs that is part of the number one running back-based passing game in the league. The Bills get away with what they do at receiver, in part because they treat their backs and tight ends, of course, as weapons and pass catchers. I mean, Evans has been with, like his Wikipedia reads kind of funny, Titans, Bears, Colts, Bills, Dolphins, Bears, Dolphins, Bills, Bears, Bills.
And the Bears, they just keep
the Bills.
Keep going
he's
back.
Had
the Bills.
3 stints with the Bears and 3 stints with the Bills.
They just keep going back and forth.
He's just a guy that's catching on and finding his way in this league, and that's the guy that is now up one. All right, I'm not throwing the ball to him. I don't know if I'm throwing it to Ray Davis on the same level I am with James Cook, who is much more elusive. Like, Ray Davis has downhill speed. Cook is elusive. If Davis gets those little dump-off passes that Cook gets, it's not the same. Ty Johnson, same, right? Really great straight-line speed. Cook is your guy that makes guys miss and has rush yards over expected, which the other guys do not really do on the same level. So I don't know what to do with it. I don't agree with they'll just be fine, because in the game they are going to need every single piece.
Yeah.
I got to have my best pieces.
But yet he's not going to be out there at the end?
Well, that's a criticism of them. He could be out there at the end.
It is, but they don't trust him because he has this hole in his game.
He could be out there. Well, I mean, lots of players have holes in their game.
That's right.
He could be out there in a 2-back set at the end of the game, and they could throw it to him because they don't trust throwing it to Keon Coleman, not on the field at the end of the AFC Championship game. Does that mean he's a bust and worthless? He wasn't out there.
Right.
They throw to Amari Cooper, who's not on a team right now. I actually fell for a fake Adam Schefter report that Cooper had retired. I thought, I guess it's possible.
that made sense?
Yeah. There was a fake Adam Schefter tweet. I'm like, oh, there it is. I guess he retired. So,
because why is he not out there? Because they're worried. They envision, that's the final drive, and the season comes to an end on him getting destroyed by some linebacker, and then Allen getting sacked.
Half the reason,
which by the way, Allen never gets sacked anyway.
The other reason he's not out there is because they're going to keep their back end to block, because the Chiefs are going to send a lot of pressure, and the Bills know no one can get open down the field, and the pass is going to be short to Shakir or Kincaid or Cooper. Like, what's he out there for? They could have put him out there to go somewhere in a pattern or do something. I mean, right. I don't want to get too deep in on that. Like, he's not on the field. But
you have another running back who, running routes like that, is as good as him.
And how did he do on that play? Was he
Ty
targeted?
Johnson? He wasn't
on fourth,
on the last play.
Right. On 4th and 5, there are a lot of guys out there. The play call was to throw it to Shakir behind the line of scrimmage.
Right.
So it's not like they're this perfect offense that decides, like, this is now our fatal flaw on late game situations. They are they are a rotational team. They are in love with their rotations. And if you're going to be a team that is in love with your rotations, can I sit here and cherry pick and say, how come that guy's not out there? You love your rotations.
Yeah.
Von Miller rotated in endlessly, right? Rousseau, he actually played a lot more snaps last year, but Rousseau is going to rotate out sometimes. They do it on the defensive line. They do it at receiver. I'm not saying he's the perfect back.
Right.
If he wants to be paid like the perfect back, that's probably not going to happen.
But what I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, like I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, like I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because he ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So, like...
It's a great play.
It's an unbelievable play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, like, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
You were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is... interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino. And he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis? Or because of the differences between...
Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much... If you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook, and it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but... It's a bigger change than just next man up. It then becomes, all right, well, we're not running this same, wide zone that we run for Cook because Ray Davis, he's not the patient guy that waits and picks a spot. He's going to run into the back of an offensive lineman, and it'll be 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Maybe. I shouldn't just guarantee that on Davis. I'm kind of paraphrasing what Jerry had to say. And Joe Marino agreed. They would have to change their blocking scheme if they change their starting running back. So I don't think it's as easy. And yesterday, a lot of what Brandon Beane had to say was worth noting and worth taking down. He did talk about how Cook gives them the opportunity to do more. He's back there, and defenses have to think about more potential outcomes than with the other guys.
By the way, one correction. I always forget this. One correction. Cook is out there on the final drive. He plays, he's on the 2 downs right before 3rd and 10 and 4th and whatever. He's not on the field. So he's not on the field for the screen to Amari Cooper, and he's not on the field for the Kincaid play at the very end. And he's not out there for the first play. Ty Johnson gets a rushing attempt on the first play. That's kind of why it feels like he's not out there, because Ty Johnson begun the drive and then ended it.
And how'd that play go?
And he lost 1 yard.
Not a great idea.
So then they had 3 plays. 2nd and 11. Allen gets the first down scrambling. Cook's out there for that. Allen goes to Shakir. Cook's out there for that. And then Cook is out there for 2nd and 10. And on the 2nd and 10, one of the Chiefs linebackers blitzes, and Cook whiffs on him. I don't think the play would have been any different. He throws it to Samuel. It's incomplete. So I don't think it made any effect on the play.
That's a throw.
What did the Bills maybe do there?
Is that the throw to Samuel where it's a little bit low, and if Allen gets more times, Samuel is running free for a long time?
Yeah, okay, I guess I could see that. It gets batted. That's why I guess I thought maybe that the play wouldn't be different. But yeah, if Samuel gets it outside, he probably turns upfield and gets the first. I don't know if the pass gets there regardless. But either way, Cook kind of misses on the block, and maybe he was going to play that whole final drive. And did McDermott or the Bills running backs coach or whoever watch him miss that block and say, get him off the field?
Maybe.
They maybe were going to have him out there. Maybe it wasn't all I'm saying is it wasn't a pre-planned thing that he's not playing the final drive because we trust Ty Johnson more.
And was that the right call? Maybe.
To take him off?
Maybe.
I don't think Ty Johnson does and makes any impact in either of the next two plays, so it probably turns out the same way.
And ends up being a screen and an orbit motion?
Yeah. Johnson goes to block on the screen, but by the time he gets the block, the pass is already gone because it's a screen. And then Kincaid, he's running a route at receiver.
It's funny, we've gone from me saying, the zoom out point is one thing. I zoomed in on a game, and now we're zooming in on, 3 plays. But I don't think that's wrong to do. I really
No.
I think that's kind of how it should be. Because when you're 3 or 4 plays away, you're trying to find the answer on 3 or 4 plays.
I'm watching it from the back. Cook misses the block, and sure, Allen might have had an extra second if he picks it up. But this is just the guy McGovern's blocking jumps up and blocks it. That's it. That's going to be a completion to if this defensive tackle 5 yards away doesn't jump up and hit the ball, Samuel's going to catch the ball and get the first down.
Okay.
So I don't think Cook cost them on that play, but it did get him maybe taken off the field.
803-0550. Dan, if you can hang on, we'll get to your call. Have some time for you on the other side. Anybody else want to chat about this? I think it's juicy. There's good stuff on Cook. We'll talk about it with you. I'm also ready to entertain the Micah Parsons conversation and put all of you through a Let's Get Stupid thought experiment that might change your mind on on the way certain things are framed. So we've got that coming for you as well. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Tuesday. It's cool outside. You can tell summer is turning. It's not thick, hot in the morning.
Yeah.
Nice and breezy at 5 a.m. as opposed to soupy. But it's going to be in the 80s today, so that's cool. You give us a ring, 803-0550. We'll talk to you next here on WGR.
Easy to start with here. James Cook yesterday shows up street clothes, says business when asked why he's not taking part in practice. Was that a surprise to have that happen?
Yeah, it's not something we were fully aware of until, shortly before practice. And so I get it. I understand it's the world we're in, I guess, of how players want to respond and things like that. Love James, and at the end of the day, we want all our guys practicing. We know that. I mean, we got some guys out, due to injuries or soft tissue and stuff like that. So we're trying to get as many guys on the practice field as we can and start preparing for this first preseason game. And hopefully we'll get him back out there soon. But remains to be seen whether he's going to show it today or not.
When you spoke about him earlier at camp, I think a lot of people kind of came away with the tone that constant contact with him and with you and his agent, or your team and his agent, and it felt to me like there has been a dialogue, and Tom Pelissero reports that is the case and that there's not been a breakdown. In fact, he says that it's not believed that things are too far apart with this.
Yeah, I mean, without getting into things, there's been constant communication with his agent, either with myself or Kevin Meegank and with Jimbo. And so, at the end of the day, I wish we weren't here. This is my 9th season here. We've never had a player miss due to a contract or anything like that, so that's disappointing for me. It's not something we want, not something we're looking forward to. But at the end of the day, it's like I said earlier, it's kind of sometimes can be the way of the world, and so we'll deal with it the best we can. Like I said, hopefully, I'd love to see Jimbo out there today. I don't know that answer at this point this morning. Whether that will happen or not, but if it's not today, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll keep trying to, or the next day. I think we got a day off, but hopefully get him back out there soon.
What I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because you ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So, like...
It's a great play.
It's an unbelievable play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
You were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino, and he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis? Or because of the differences between...
Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much, if you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook. And it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but it's a bigger change than just next man up.
At practice yesterday, the Bills did not have James Cook again. He's holding in. Second day in a row, no practice, so Ray Davis getting first-team reps. Long injury list, Cole Bishop still not practicing. You can get the full breakdown from Sal at WGR550.com. Practice again tomorrow at 9:45. The Jaguars list Travis Hunter on their first depth chart as starting wide receiver and at second-string cornerback. Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones were listed as starting quarterbacks in Indianapolis, both of them. Joe Flacco was listed as the only starter for the Cleveland Browns. Blue Jays win over the Rockies. Yankees fall to Texas. Red Sox win over Kansas City. Toronto's lead in the AL East is now 3 over Boston, 5.5 over the Yankees. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think Cook is unique in his vision and his elusiveness, and that's captured in a stat. He was contacted behind the line of scrimmage at the second lowest rate of any back in football last year, behind only Jahmyr Gibbs. Ray Davis was 17th. And I think that's really important because not only is he a home run hitter, he helps keep this offense on time. Look, the Bills do not have a group of world beaters at receiver. They have an all-world quarterback, but they also have a dominant run game. And I don't like the idea of taking Cook out of this group because I thought he was exceptional last year, and you saw him really develop, particularly when it came to that vision.
Mina Kimes on James Cook. Tonight, the start of Hard Knocks. Don't get to a television. Get a subscription if you need to, I guess. If you want to. Maybe you'll see some clips otherwise, and we'll tell you what's happening. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Tuesday, August 5th, preseason week 1 in 2 days. Bills play the Giants, on Saturday.
And there's preseason on Thursday this week also.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah, Colts Ravens. There's a couple games in.
Our
Colts,
fantastic,
Ravens, Bengals, Eagles.
fantastic four-way parlay. We'll hit it. We'll have to.
On Thursday.
Yeah. On Cook, Dan in Ellicottville is up first. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Morning, guys. To reiterate, it just basically back up whatever Mina Kimes just said. Can we just look at this globally as weapons, as wide receivers as a weapon group, and running backs as a weapon group. I mean, we are now much different than 3-4 years ago with Diggs, a 50-50 run split team. We have arguably a top 5 running back room in the league, total room, and Cook is, by any measure, top 7 or 8 running back in the league. So we're going to pay, and I love Shakir, don't get me wrong, we're going to pay Shakir $15 million a year for 76 touches. Maybe he gets to 85 this year. That's great. He's vital to our offense. Our running back room last year had 418 touches, and they're not worth $15 million as a group together. I mean, I think Johnson's 2, Davis is a little under 1. Give Cook 11 or 12. As you said, Jeremy, in 2 years, maybe next year, that's going to seem like nothing. Maybe it seems like 8 or 9. I'm running out of time here. I got 5 to 7 years left of my Bills fandom. I'll be like 70. And by that, I mean my fandom to potentially get into a Super Bowl unless somehow we get, hit the Andrew Luck sweepstakes or the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes and get another great quarterback on the turn again after Josh is done. I don't get it. I understand Ray Davis is good. He's not James Cook by a lot of the things Mina Kimes just said. I mean, I rewatched a lot of highlights this week of last year's games, and he just not just the explosive plays around the corner. He had a couple of fastest timed runs in the league. I think one of them was in the Niners game in snow, but he had some runs in the hole. He had a couple. God, who's the guy in? Yeah, or Kyle Brandt. Angry run. Angry one once. He almost probably could have won it a second time. I just think we're this close to making and or winning a Super Bowl. I don't know why you would mess that. I just think Cook is the guy that puts you over the top, and I do not think going back to Ray Davis or Darrington Evans is going to maybe it get you 11 or 12 wins. It's not going to get you a Super Bowl. And again, I understand he's got to play. He doesn't really have a choice, but I don't know why you would want a disgruntled guy for, again, $15 million for that total running back room as a weapon group that's going to get 400-plus touches. I just think it's a no-brainer that you have to do it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, looking up fastest ball carriers. So Cook had these
he's on the list.
Yeah, he had the 7th fastest run last year.
Yeah.
The only players to have run faster than him, Kevontae Turpin, if you remember him.
The returner.
Dallas speedster.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas Jr., Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley, Nico Collins. That's the end of the list. And Cook was the 7th fastest this past season. He came in at number 7, and then also on the list, Derrick Henry got up there, and Jonathan Taylor. Barkley's all over this list. Barkley's got some, of course, breakaway speed. It's the other thing about it is the context of it. We're kind of talking about the big picture versus the smaller picture, and the Bills are out here talking again this offseason about explosive plays. We got to get more explosive plays. Mm-hmm. He is your best explosive play right now. He was it. Last year, let me double check, I think led the league in 40-plus yard runs.
Yep.
Tied with Jonathan Taylor maybe in that department. So he broke long ones. He was a big play waiting to happen. And I'm glad you brought up the kind of team that they are now. For a team, this could be an argument, if I wanted to push it this way, I could. Since they're much more of a 50-50 run-pass team, they've morphed into that, right? They've moved back to a run-heavy team by league standards and by their own standards. And if Cook were to just disappear, would they pass more? That might be a net good, but it's worth considering.
I mean, if they lost explosive plays from his running and they needed to make that up somewhere,
they'd be hoping they get them from Coleman
yeah,
and maybe Elijah Moore and maybe Josh Palmer. I mean, Curtis Samuel is supposed to be the speedster that also adds a explosive element to their game, and he's just never on the field.
Right.
So the point about touches.
By the way, really quickly, there are only 5 teams in the league that spend $15 million a year on their running backs. That's by cap, though. That's by cap.
Yeah.
If you go by average annual, then I guess the list doesn't grow to like 10. Okay. So there are teams in the league that do it, but
some teams do it on one guy.
Sure, right. Barkley, McCaffrey. I mean, the Eagles pay $27 million per year to running back, and most of that's Barkley. So it kind of depends on what your top guy makes.
Fun fact of the Eagles, I just saw Hayden Winks tweeted this out this morning of Underdog Fantasy. The Eagles have the cheapest defense in football.
Really?
Yep.
This year?
Yep.
This year they have
This year, they're the cheapest defense in football. Because what do the Eagles do? Pay their offense and draft their defense.
Yeah.
That's really they pay a couple players on their defense. They did just let Milton Williams and Josh Sweat go. Like if they had signed those guys back, those would be big numbers. But here the Eagles paying a running back, paying the receivers, paying the quarterback.
Mm-hmm. And they are paying Barkley $20 million a year now.
Yep.
And that's a big reason why I'm sure they're not putting that into defense.
If Barkley were to miss time, here's a point I love to make about the Eagles. If you were to say one of these two is going to miss this season, Barkley or A.J. Brown, who's more important? It's probably A.J. Brown.
It's A.J. Brown's more important.
Even though Barkley is the best back in football, arguably.
Right, he's on the Madden cover. He's doing crazy things.
Hurts
jumping over people.
When Hurts and Brown played together last year, they did not lose a game.
Yeah.
Like, he's super important. You know, the way that you can dictate the game, the way that teams play coverage, whatever. But they pay Barkley, and that doesn't mean that it's exactly the right thing to do, that they should pay that, but they did it, and they won the Super Bowl. But, Cook's not Barkley. Thanks for the phone call, Dan. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. I've got a Let's Get Stupid. What else do I got here for you?
I've got a Howard-esque thing I had for the first time ever yesterday.
A Howard-esque thing?
Howard-esque, what was Howard's? No strawberries ever? No.
He had never eaten peanut butter until he was 53.
Peanut butter.
He had never even tried peanut butter until he was...
This isn't as bad as that.
Okay.
But it's in it might be in the same tier. Maybe a tier one tier below. One tier below that. Because it being 53 years also versus for me being 30 years is a difference.
It really is the peanut butter tier. To have not ever tried peanut butter is its own tier.
Was watermelon also on that list for him? He'd never had watermelon?
He'd never eaten any fruits. None of those, though, are as shocking as never having eaten peanut butter. Peanut butter is on the level with, bread.
Right, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I'd never tried bread before.
Right.
Really? No, it never came up. That was Howard. It never came up. Never thought about it. Anyway, peanut butter is tier 1.
Yeah.
So you had something for the first time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm ready to assign it a tier.
You want to guess at what it is?
I have no idea what it is. It's going to be...
It's 20 questions. It's a drink. Oh, that's the only hint I'll give you.
A tier 2, you'd never had it before?
Yeah, it's a drink.
Apple juice.
No. Not apple juice. It's not a juice.
It's a beverage, like an adult beverage?
It's not an adult beverage.
Okay. All right, so chocolate milk.
No, not chocolate milk.
Like a tier 2, I've never had that before.
Yeah. It will definitely be like
We're going to be shocked that you've never had this before?
Shocked. Like I think you'll
iced tea.
Be surprised. Maybe you won't even believe me that I've never had it once.
Lemonade.
No. A little bit below lemonade.
You think lemonade's a tier 1?
In shock factor. Yeah.
Lemonade's tier 1?
Lemonade's on the same tier as peanut butter.
No, it's not.
Never trying lemonade?
Not even close.
There's a lemonade stand. I had lemonade from a lemonade stand the other day.
It's not even close.
I don't know.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Not 5 tiers away.
Like lemonade, the other difference is peanut butter is never going to be offered to you just at at a gathering. Lemonade is going to be offered to you at any summer get together. It's going to be available right there on the table.
His son peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and had never tasted it. You're just sitting here feeding it to your son.
Okay, that's
and I never thought about it.
That's pretty amazing.
So that's tier 1.
Never put the finger in the peanut butter and just let me see what this tastes like.
Not lick the spoon when you're done.
Like it's dog food or something.
The butter knife when you're done. What's a tier 1 drink, Josh? Owen, what is it? What's a tier 1 drink he's never had?
Is it like a soda that's really popular that you've never had?
Warmer.
I almost want to say Powerade or something, but that feels wrong.
No,
that's
not Powerade. It's higher than that.
Like root beer?
Root beer.
That's not
tier 1?
No, it's not
really?
Tier 1. No.
I had root beer for the first time ever yesterday. I never had a sip of it in my life.
Pretty good, right?
That's pretty rare.
Yeah.
I feel like
root beer.
What's the review? Do you like it or no?
Better than I thought it'd be.
All right.
Never appealed to me whatsoever.
Now you got to try root beer float.
So I have. That's what my wife mentioned that to me. Now we need to try a root beer float, which I didn't really know the concept of.
I guess ice cream in root beer.
Yeah,
Those
but
are
it's
great.
the other way around. The ice cream's in first, I guess, and then they pour the root beer in.
Doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
It seemed like it mattered.
I don't know if the process.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so-
it's like milk and cereal. You can put whatever you want in first. It's the same thing.
There is one caveat to this a little bit. I've never had root beer, but I think part of the reason I never had root beer, the real reason I never had root beer.
Is this because you thought it tasted like trees or something?
No,
He's
it's
like,
not
oh,
because
I
of
make
that.
it out
It's
of
not
roots.
the roots. No, it's because you know the candy bottle caps.
Yeah.
I would have had the root beer bottle caps when I was a kid and hated that flavor, so never touched root beer because
Those
of that.
are horrible. And
They're terrible.
Always give root
They're-
beer such
oh,
a bad name.
They're terrible. The root beer bottle caps are terrible, and it caused me to not have root beer until I was 30.
And last night you faced your demons.
I did. And I
What
tried
kind of root beer was it? Because that's a big deal.
One of the famous ones.
Mug or
No,
Stewart's?
A and
A&W.
A and
That's a
W.
good one. I like
Yeah.
A&W.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to rank root beers. I don't know.
I'm
what you-
ready.
I definitely am not.
Yeah, right.
I'll
Two
run it
sips in.
solo. Let's go.
Better than I thought, though.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, root beer.
Yeah,
Like,
but-
what is this new drink that they came that
You
they just came out
you
with?
ever had Dr. Pepper?
I've had Dr. Pepper, yes.
I'm trying to think of the offshoot sodas. Like, what else is out there?
I think I've probably tried every other soda.
Okay.
I think.
Birch beer?
Yeah, there is birch beer.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know the difference between birch beer and root beer. I think of it as root beer.
Birch
It's
beer is like
Pretty much the same thing. It's just I think birch beer is probably just a little better. I think it's just kind of
it's
a
like root beer.
It's very similar.
This is not an adult beverage either.
No.
Birch
Nope.
beer.
No.
While we're on this, what's everyone's thoughts on cream soda?
Fine.
I've
Good.
had cream soda, and I
think it's-
don't
I think it's
need
good.
to go back.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
It's good.
Fine.
All right.
I don't know. It's just that's a more obscure pop, you know. Like it's not that.
No, it's not
common.
one that I feel like I see walking down the aisle at the grocery store.
Are we discovering right here that we have some pops and some sodas in this room?
Oh, it's pop.
Josh's
It's
pop.
I'm a weirdo. I can't stop saying. Like, I go back and forth. I never know what's going to come out of my mouth when I'm talking about it.
I say
pop.
soda. I'm soda every time.
So root beer is far below the Howard peanut butter revelation.
Yes.
Far below? Okay.
Far below.
All right.
I put bread on the peanut butter tier. I've never had.
I didn't know the detail about making his son peanut butter
yeah.
and jelly sandwiches and still never trying it.
And-
I would have assumed it was just never in the house
He'd also never had a Reese's cup because
of the peanut
because
butter.
of the peanut butter. Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number. Coming up top of the hour, I'm going to get you this Let's Get Stupid about Micah Parsons because I think it's a fun little, whatever. We can talk about it until he's definitely not available for trade, even if he is. Who knows? So we'll do that. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. When we get back, Yahoo Sports has announced the launching of Guillotine League formats, which is great for those of you that want to try that format. But there is one small problem for me in the format that I run with a couple of listener leagues and a couple of friend leagues. Whatever. It's cool. I'll tell you about it next. We are very much in this life where we are expecting double-digit wins and we're only evaluating them on the playoffs. And that kind of gets to, it almost feels like to me, Joe, I'm bringing my wide receiver point that we talked about with Brandon Bean 2 interviews ago, which is, he says, that, the receivers aren't the reason we lost. And that's not wrong. 29 points they scored. But I'm thinking about, but on 4th and 5 or 3rd and 10 or the previous drive or 6 different 4th and 1 sneaks, I'm thinking, I know your team is great, but I'm really into 7 plays of an elimination game. And who's out there and what's happening and what am I doing? And for that, I'm on Cook where, man, you got a lot of people pretty confident that Ray Davis is the guy that's just going to be good enough in the most important spot when I just watched James Cook make game-changing plays for them in that game. And that's got me a little nervous. I'm not here telling you they won't be good without Cook, but I need every single edge available to me. And if there's a way to get it over the line with Cook, I've said the whole time, I do want him back. I do want him on this team because, these are the margins, and I'm not even disputing they would win the division. Right. The offense would be fine because they tend to be fine with a lot of things.
Goal for the year? I mean, we're talking the margins, right? It's small. I kind of want to make golf analogies to you because that's how we talk a lot. But like, it's the littlest bit to finish it. So like, does it ever get? I mean, how frustrating does it get? How motivating is it to get that last little bit?
Yeah, listen, when you lose that last game, it's a kick in the teeth. There's no other way to say it. It hurts you, it breaks you down. You feel tears in your eyes. You feel like you let not only your family but you let the city down and Western New York. That's the God's honest truth. It is painful. But I am one of those ones. I'm not gonna sit there and mourn. I'm gonna figure this thing out, and I'm gonna keep swinging the sword. And as long as Terry Pagula will let me swing it, and we're gonna figure it out. And I'm not gonna give in. Like, we are gonna keep. I think I said it at that one of the pressers, whether it was the one right after the season, but we're gonna keep kicking the door in. We're gonna keep it kicking, and at some point knock it down and get it done. And I'm not deterred or anything like that. This is a hard league as a whole. Obviously, the AFC is stacked, and it's always going to be a gauntlet. That's the challenge of it. This is a hard league. That's why so many fans love it, and that's why it's so hurtful when you go as far as we've gone for so many years. I say it all the time. The further you go, the worse it hurts. So I can't sit here and say, it doesn't sting. It doesn't punish me, and I don't just want to, curl up in the fetal position and cry my eyes out. But at the end of the day, it's how you got to get back on that horse, rebuild what you need to do, get your staff. This is how we're going to do this. Get everyone in alignment and start the journey immediately on at this point 2025.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Quick fantasy football segment. And I mean, like, a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you back in our Vampire League?
I am not. I was not in last year.
Oh, you bowed out. I'm back in.
Yeah. Just if you're not the Vampire, it's just kind of another league.
Yeah, you don't actually do anything. It's kind of like a best ball league where someone gets to make moves.
Right.
I had said I wasn't going to be in it. I'm back in it. Like, fine. I just want to draft. Yahoo has announced guillotine leagues, which is huge.
Yeah.
Because the world needs to know about guillotine leagues. And if you are someone that wants to dabble, well, Yahoo, you can now run a guillotine league. I've been running guillotine through Yahoo by just manually making all of the drops for everybody on Monday nights and Tuesdays.
Uh-huh.
And that has been a little bit tedious. There's one problem, though, and that's very specific to me. I feel like I have improved on the guillotine format, the traditional format. If you don't know guillotine's fantasy football, here's how it works. Everybody drafts a team. You all play week one. The lowest scoring team, that team is cut. Your season is over. And all their players go on waivers. Everybody has $1,000. You bid on them blind auction, and go on to the next day. Mm-hmm. Next week and the next week and the next week. So you're planning your budget. The teams are getting better and better. Great players hit the market almost every week. Like, oh, look at this. Jamar Chase is available because that team lost. Mm-hmm. So anyway, after doing it for a couple of years, I added 2 wrinkles to my guillotine leagues, and that's that the week in November where there are no bye weeks, it is a double elimination, meaning the bottom 2 teams go. So heading into that, it's a little more intense. Every team plays. It's Thanksgiving. It's an extended week, and 2 teams get cut. And then the other thing I found to be better was the final should be 3 teams, not 2.
Yeah.
I like the 3-team final. And in attempting to set up my leagues on Yahoo for guillotine, it says, by the way, doing all this also allows you to have more teams in, more friends, bigger pot. So I have a 20-team league, multiple 20-team guillotine leagues. But Yahoo will not let you do that. You're kind of capped at, I think it's 18. Because
within the guillotine format.
Within the guillotine format, they won't let you do that.
Outside of it, you can still do 20.
So I have to decide if I'm going to, cut down to regular and just do theirs, or continue running my own and cutting the players myself every Tuesday.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Do you know how many they let you do in the guillotine format?
I think it's as many weeks as there are. I think there's 18 weeks. There's 18 teams.
So they'll let you go up to 18.
I think so. No double elimination. No 3-team final. That's probably it. So do it. Get a guillotine league with your friends. Now Yahoo will do it for you. It's the best. It's the best.
It's awesome. Everyone should have one.
Yep. 803-0550. When we return, are you ready for Micah Parsons' Let's Get Stupid?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
He's practicing still?
He's at camp.
Right.
He's with the Cowboys. He's just not talking to the owner.
All right.
So, yeah. The latest on Micah Parsons, who wants to get really stupid with a trade idea. And mainly what I'm going to do is ask you to really confront how you think about the idea of trading a lot for him. We'll get to that next.
Max Harrison, one of those players you're kind of counting on for takeaways, and a setback for him. But of course, I mean, how big was the exhale when it came back? Like, all right, it's not worst case scenario.
Yeah, huge exhale. You hear non-contact. I did not see it. It was on the other field when they were doing individual. So I didn't hear about it till literally probably a quarter of the way through practice, through team periods. Nate Bresky came over and told me, and man, just lump in my throat the rest of practice, hard to focus. It's just, and went in and checked on him. We sent him back to Buffalo to get all the MRIs and all the images that was needed. So to get that call that later that night to his ACL was intact and that what it was, and yeah, huge relief. It obviously stinks. I think Sean mentioned it, and I agree. It's kind of like the Cole Bishop thing a little bit a year ago, missing a lot of unfortunate reps. There's no great time to get injured. There's not, but to miss right when you're getting into true padded football really stinks. But Maxwell is such a positive young man. I mean, I saw his parents at the Red Blue game, and they were definitely relieved too at the situation, and everyone's supporting him. Once he learned what the injury, he's just still had that smile on his face. I think that's who he's always going to be. It's funny how, from when Tre'Davious was here, when you first got him, how many similarities there are, and Tre'Davious was doing a great job, and I'm sure he'll pick it up when Max gets back, of kind of putting his arm around him and kind of showing him the ropes. And so we'll support him. He'll obviously be behind, so we'll have decisions to make when we get to the start of the season where that puts him.
What I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, like I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, like I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because he ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So, it's
a great play.
It's an unbelievable play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, like, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
Like, you were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino, and he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis? Or because of the differences between...
Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much... If you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook, and it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but it's a bigger change than just next man up.
Second day in a row that there was no James Cook at Bills practice as he continues his holding, looking for a new contract with the Bills. We spoke about it with Brandon Bean yesterday. You can find that in full on our website and online on the Odyssey app, WGR550.com as well. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher brought to you by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Cole Bishop not practicing as well. Dorian Williams, Curtis Samuel continue to be off the field too. Practice tomorrow at 9:45 for the Bills. Depth charts around the NFL. Joe Flacco is the number one quarterback in Cleveland to start. Jaguars list Travis Hunter as a starting wide receiver, but also a second-string cornerback. And the Colts Cole listed Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. In baseball, Blue Jays over the Rockies. Yankees fall to Texas. Red Sox win their 6th in a row against Kansas City, so Toronto's lead in AL East is now 3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, I mean, each team's got its own situation, and it's more than, a lot of times people say this is how you could make this happen. Trade this guy, do this, convert these 2 players, and you can get them in 25. But the problem is, what does 26 look like and what does 27? You would hate to make a move like that, and you're going, man, I got 25. Worry about 26 later. That's easier said than done.
Bills GM Brandon Beane. Joe asked a question, not asking about Micah Parsons, but there are big-name guys out there that have asked for trades, right? Parsons,
Yep.
Hendrickson, McLaurin. You tried to trade me, Terry McLaurin, in fantasy. Did he ask for a trade off your team?
I did.
Did he want out?
No, he didn't know. He found out through Twitter.
Oh, wow.
So we have a problem.
That's going to be tough.
At Van Buren Boys HQ.
That's going to be tough when he finds out.
Yeah.
That I rejected the trade, too. Does a player ever find out that they were almost traded, but the other team rejected the trade, so they now feel unwanted by 2 teams? Because when you do get traded, you say, it's nice to be wanted. Like, actually, yeah, we tried to trade you and they rejected it. So, tough one.
The Lakers once tried to trade Kobe for LeBron. Would Kobe have taken it that way?
Maybe.
Like 2007, I think they made that offer.
The Cavs said no?
Yeah, Cavs said no.
Okay.
The way Kobe was, I feel like he might have been mad about that.
And just one.
If he found out about it, right. Yeah, like someone write a book on all the trades that
that
someone said no to. Hey, here, how much could you make on that? Your favorite team, some former GM, like I'm going to write a book on all the trades the other guy said no to.
Like Tage Thompson for a 4th? Wasn't that one? The Sabres tried to dump him
it was a 5th.
At one point.
It was a 5th, but yeah.
And they said the other team said no, and then like he's good now.
Colorado, maybe, yeah.
I don't know if that's a long-held belief / rumble rumor.
They offered Tage for like nothing.
For nothing, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And of course, that's good that one didn't happen.
Paul's told the story about, there was a Hasek, the original deal sending Hasek to Detroit included Fedorov, but that Hasek said, you're not doing that. Like, I'm not going there if Fedorov's not there, or something like that. That he stopped that from happening.
He didn't stop Slava Kozlov from being the
No, he was good with Kozlov,
right.
but he wanted Fedorov as a teammate, so he wouldn't let him go back.
803-0550. All right, you ready for a little Let's Get Stupid?
Yes.
A little bit of Let's Get Stupid to this, because do we think the Bills could trade for Micah Parsons? No. Probably not. But
Right.
I got to thinking yesterday. So maybe you see these, right? You're hanging out, you're scrolling through Twitter, and you're like, who says no? Parsons for James Cook, and all these trades.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that I like to really dig into once in a while, because I think that there is sticker shock where there probably shouldn't be. Maybe you saw James Cook and 3 firsts for Parsons.
Okay.
And people would say, I don't want to give up 3 firsts, right? I'm not giving up 3 first-round picks. That's crazy. And as someone who, of course, has to, with you, talk Bills draft for a couple of months in the springs, I also don't want them to trade 3 first-round picks. I'd like to, this board.
Our draft parties.
Sometime in the next 3 years, we're going to put names on this board.
Yeah.
I'm predicting that.
Our draft parties would take a bit of a hit.
You're right.
For 3 years.
Right. I don't want to trade those firsts either.
I guess we'll see you in 2029.
Right.
Yeah.
But this kind of comes up. I'm trying to think of who this would have come up with before, where the price for a player is a first and a second, and you think like, wow, I would never give up a first, second, or 2 firsts. So I went to the trade value chart to find out, all right, if the Bills were picking 30th for the next 3 years, what does that add up to?
Oh, yeah.
3 30th overall picks. And the answer to that is basically 3 30th overall picks is worth the 4th pick.
Okay.
On one of those value charts. And that's with no adjustment for years. A lot of times teams will say, well, a first next year is like a second this year, even though that's definitely not true. There's a little bit of a a first next year is worth less than a first this year. And that would be same of 2 years on as well. Without even doing that, 3 firsts on the value chart is worth the 4th pick. So here's let's get stupid. The Bills somehow get the 4th pick in the next draft. It's not...
Without being like a 4-win team?
Sure. There's some crazy, stupid thing where they make a trade and then the other team falls apart and they're picking 4th.
All right. The Raiders call and say, hey, you want to swap first this year?
Bingo. They just,
and the Bills are like,
sure.
Are you okay? And then, sure, yes.
The Chargers say, let's swap first, and then they have a terrible.
There you go.
I don't want to make it the Bills have a bad season.
Right,
All I want to say is
they end up with the 4th pick.
The league calls and they say like, hey, sorry about everything that's ever happened to you. Here's the 4th pick in the draft.
Okay.
Would you trade the 4th pick in the draft for Micah Parsons? Because you might have a reaction to 3 firsts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Would you trade the 4th? The Bills have the 4th pick in the draft. And Dallas says, straight up, would you do it? Would you do Rousseau and the 4th pick? Because when you put all the assets on the table, it looks really big. Oh,
right,
it's James Cook and A.J. Epinesa and 3 firsts. How about James Cook, A.J. Epinesa, and the 4th pick? Would you do it? Does it change how you kind of receive that?
It does. It definitely does.
Who's the 4th pick in this year's draft?
Ooh. Marvin Harrison Jr. That's last year. That's the caliber of player I'm giving.
It was offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Yeah, I would have traded Will Campbell.
All due respect.
Yeah.
Like Abdul Carter went 3.
It definitely looks like a lot less.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot less. 4th overall picks before Marvin Harrison Jr., Anthony Richardson, Sauce Gardner.
Anthony Richardson went 4th?
Yeah.
Man, why did I think he went like 12th?
Sauce Gardner, Kyle Pitts, Andrew Thomas, Clean Farrell, Denzel Ward, Leonard Fournette. I would trade a lot of these guys for. I think I would do it. I would definitely do it. Yeah.
So then the obvious takeaway is like, if
I just hope there's not a Marvin Harrison Jr. level receiver that's gonna sway me personally. I don't know if it'll sway. It wouldn't sway them.
Then the obvious question is, if you trust the value chart, isn't trading 3 firsts for him the same as trading the 4th pick? If we're being honest and whatever,
Yeah.
if we're sticking to the value chart,
Yeah.
that's what that is.
Right.
But
So you're making the argument for they should trade 3 first-round picks.
The argument
Right?
I always like to make here is the Steelers want a 1st-round pick for X, Y. When we talk about any sort of trade in terms of a first, the gap between a first at the top and a first at the bottom is unbelievably big.
Yeah.
You know, if, hey, the Seahawks are looking for a first for DK Metcalf, like, oh, I'm not going to give up a first. Well, which first? The 10th pick and the 25th pick are a world apart.
Right.
2 firsts for the Bills, where the Bills are selecting 30th overall, 2 30th picks. Where is that on the value chart? Answer, it's like 12th. 2 firsts sounds so big. Would you trade the 12th pick for that? Oh, yeah. Heartbeat, if I had that 12th pick. And this kind of gets to a point that we might, I don't know if this year, next year, any year along the way, if the Bills will ever trade 2 firsts. But with as good as they're going to be, for as long as they're probably going to be this good in the Josh Allen era, I wonder if Brandon Beane ever thinks about, this isn't something I would have asked him yesterday because I didn't think about it until, these trade offers are being rolled out on Twitter. Would he ever think my going rate is going to be 2 firsts because my firsts are worth about half as much as a really good first? So, 1 first for Diggs was a good trade.
Isn't the way he talks about it, though, and he kind of alluded to this a little bit in his answer yesterday, that his firsts are worth less, but maybe his firsts are worth more to him in that because you have the Allen contract, because those are my cheap labor picks.
Yeah.
And I'm giving up. I'm gonna spend $40 million to get Micah Parsons with these picks when I'm gonna spend that would be one where I almost feel like Brandon Beane would rather have the 4th pick than Micah Parsons because you're going most times you're going to get a stud that high in the draft.
Sure.
You're going to get an awesome player.
If it's this year and it's 3rd, you're picking Abdul Carter. And you might rather have that because it's cheaper and he's
Because would you rather have Micah Parsons for $40 million or would you rather have Abdul Carter for, $8 million?
Right.
With Allen's contract. And I think this GM would say, I'd much rather have Abdul Carter for $8 million. Even though he hasn't played it down yet.
You also have to kind of decide how much you want to give the Bills, we have Josh Allen's contract as an excuse or as a reason to stay away from other big contracts because his average per year is 55.
Yeah.
And Prescott's above him. Burrow and Jordan Love are tied. Trevor Lawrence is tied. Tua, Goff, Purdy, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, and Jalen Hurts are all over 50.
Yeah.
Mahomes will eventually jump right back up over 50, right?
That's right.
You're going to have... I'm going to get I don't know about Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels will jump over 50. So you could say we have a big quarterback contract, but a lot of teams do. You're not one of the only teams paying this.
Yep.
And if you go by cap hit by year for Allen, his number is set to be by, freakish, amazing quarterback standards, very manageable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the next 3 years, I did this last week, his cap hit right now before any restructures or anything, his cap hit is a lot lower than both Jackson's and Mahomes for the next 3 seasons. Mm-hmm. 36 this year, 56 next year, 53 next year. Lamar, for example, is 46, then 74, and then 74.
Yeah, no, they'll probably restructure those.
They will, but so will the Bills.
Sure.
Right? So
the Bills, yeah.
So it's easy to see that Allen's number is going to be lower than Lamar's for the next 3. Maybe after that, Allen's is higher, but
that kind of gets to the point where, sure, you're paying a lot to the quarterback, but all the good teams are. All the really good teams are, except for entry-level contracts like if the Bears pop and Jaden Daniels and whoever else.
And Allen's most direct peers, he is going to be getting less than. He's going to be costing you less on your books for the next 3 seasons, which really, if we think about it, age 29, 30, and 31, for a quarterback with this athleticism, I'm not saying he has to be done after that. This is a window here. The next 3 seasons where I'm taking you up to Josh Allen being 32 years old. And at 32, probably still, again, a stallion that could jump over linebackers, but you don't know. So for the next 3 years, he's cheaper than the other guys that he's always compared to.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of these middle contracts. They have Samuel and Palmer and Dawson Knox, right? And Bosa. And that'll even cost him some next year, that Bosa contract. Mm-hmm. It's really almost like a 2-year deal. So I wonder what the appetite is for a $40 million player like that when you are filling your books here with a lot of tweener contracts, with a lot of middle-of-the-road guys that are – Rousseau is even this.
Yep.
Right? All the guys they just signed are this level of contract. And with that, Allen's number is lower, but if you look at the Bills over the next 3 years, they're right there with those teams.
No, they're right at the top.
They're right there with money that they already have paid out. Like they'll get more room from the cap going up, but they're tied up. They have as much money committed to people like 2027 just on Spot Track. Right now they have the least amount of cap space in the league. Again, they'll get a ton.
They'll get some.
But their starting point is going to be behind all those other teams. So that's kind of where I get tripped up on. I think the sunglasses meme, right? Like Brandon Beane is big baller Beane. He wants to go out and get these big acquisition players, but it's been a little bit since that's happened. And now I've got an Allen contract that is not the biggest, but it's sizable. I got all these other middle-of-the-road contracts that I definitely wonder if they will ever add a player of a Parsons caliber again. A Vaughn caliber again, a Diggs caliber again. Their biggest moves.
Well, if they get one of those players that they draft, they will.
That's different. But I mean, that's right. But going out and getting that guy, like has he already made his biggest moves as a GM in the Josh Allen era? I think it's possible. $100 million for a pass rusher and first-round pick for a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Will he ever do either of those things again? From another team. Another team.
Sure.
Not from a guy you drafted and developed. If Coleman turns into a 1,500-yard receiver, they'll pay him. I think. Probably. If, TJ Sanders becomes Aaron Donald, they'll pay him.
Yes. Yes.
Like, that's different to me than I don't have this. Micah Parsons is available. Let me go broke to get him.
To that point, how many other teams have done either of those moves? I wonder if we could
the Diggs and Vaughn.
How many teams have traded a first-round pick for a number one receiver, and how many picks have spent $100 million, $120 on a pass rusher in free agency? Like, it's almost like he might have created such a high bar for what we thought was the go for it
that it's going to be hard for him to ever.
And because other teams, how many other teams have even done that? What's the Dolphins' biggest trade? Trading for Tyreek Hill?
Yep.
What's their biggest free agent signing? Is it? I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
They did a lot of trades, right? Jalen Ramsey and Bradley
Chubb.
So they're in that category.
Laremy
but right,
Tunsil.
Like, what are Kansas City's biggest moves?
Re-signing Chris Jones.
That's their own, though.
That is.
Like getting someone from another building, going and getting someone else. Like they really haven't done something that big comparatively to a Diggs move or a Vaughn move.
The Bengals, what's their biggest outside reach?
They don't do that.
They're going to do that.
The Ravens got Derrick Henry.
The Eagles might be.
That's a 1-year deal at 30 years old. Like
he was like $8 million. The Eagles are one here where it's Saquon.
That's right. Yeah,
but even that was a limited gamble. It was not that. It wasn't 6 years for a big pass rusher. So
maybe you're right. Like it's a good point. Maybe they set the bar so high, and it's not really the norm.
No,
going out and doing something that big. But someone, like if Parsons gets traded, somebody does that. And what kind of team is it? Is it a team with like New England who's got all this cap space and has an easier time doing it? Or is it a Super Bowl contender?
The last team to make a big trade like that, I mean, maybe you can think of one more recent. I mean, the Goff-Stafford trade is a big one. But
right, the Rams did a lot of this.
Is it Deshaun Watson?
Is that
the last
it's huge.
blockbuster of trades?
Wasn't that 3 first-round picks?
It's a lot.
Everyone always focuses on the contract that Cleveland gave up to make that happen. But, yeah, they gave 3 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a fourth-round pick.
Yeah.
And a fifth-round pick.
It was a bad trade.
3 first-round picks.
It did not go well.
No.
803-0550. Hard Knocks debuts tonight. Episode 1 from Bill's training camp, streaming on HBO and the assorted family of HBO channels and areas.
We think Khalil Shakir will be featured, right?
Maybe.
Because they were following him around at practice last week a lot. So, I'm guessing he'll be one of the guys featured.
That's tonight at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
And the preseason gets rolling Thursday with a bunch more games. Good times. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us if you want to toss something our way. James Cook, of course, missed practice again yesterday. He was there, but did not practice.
There is a report from Diana Rossini updating on the Terry McLaurin thing. The Terry McLaurin is Terry McLaurin is looking for an identical contract to DK Metcalf. I heard there's parts of that contract that he is looking for. Doesn't necessarily mean the exact APY, which is $33 million per year, by the way. So in that area.
Okay.
That's what Terry McLaurin's looking for from the Commanders. So he's not asking for the most money in the league at receiver.
Just wonder why they don't want to do it. They're on their quarterback's rookie window. You're at the Super Bowl's doorstep.
And one of the biggest counters on why they shouldn't do it is he's older. He's 30 years old. But do you even looked at their roster and realize how old they are?
The whole team?
The whole team is really old. So it didn't stop them from trading for Deebo Samuel. It didn't stop them from signing Von Miller, Austin Eckler, right? Zach Ertz. Their team is littered with guys that were Pro Bowlers in 2016, basically. So it's very Bobby Wagner is on that team. It really is. It's a 2016 Pro Bowl roster. So I don't know why they're drawing the line at the one guy who's actually still great. Amazing.
2016 Pro Bowl roster. That's funny.
Bobby Wagner, Austin Eckler, Laremy Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, Zach Ertz.
That sounds right.
Zach Ertz. Yeah. This is the Commanders. They're old. So I don't know. I don't know what their problem is with McLaurin, but that's where they decide to draw the line. Very weird.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. Let's get stupid. It was about a Micah Parsons trade.
3 firsts.
The Bills, of course, do not have the 4th pick in that Let's Get Stupid and don't really have.
How could they possibly?
What would a team say if the Bill? Let's spin it a slightly different way for 1 minute here. This year's draft, it's the 4th pick overall, and there's a stud pass rusher, and the Bills say, we'll give you 3 firsts for it.
Yeah.
Right now. Value chart, that is square.
For the 4th pick?
Yep. 3 firsts for the 4th pick.
Right now?
Shouldn't contenders be doing stuff like that?
Shouldn't they? Like, should they be calling? Should they call right now? Who thinks they're going to be good, but's probably going to be bad? Who's a team that fits that description right now? Are the Raiders good for that?
We'll give you 2 firsts for your first.
Yeah, that's what.
Right now.
I'll give you my first this in 26 and my first in 27 for your first in 26. That's how confident we are that we're going to be way better than you.
That'd be such a fun trade.
Who would work for that? The Colts. They might want it for a quarterback. How about the Panthers? You guys think you're going to be on the upswing this year, right? We'll give you our next 2 firsts for your first in 26. How's that sound?
Houston.
Too
good?
No, you can't do it.
Too good? Okay.
That's too good. You're going to end up moving 5 spots, giving up the first-round pick next year.
Yeah, that's right. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. We're back at training camp tomorrow and Thursday. We'll talk with Bills head coach Sean McDermott tomorrow. Tomorrow at training camp, we are actually loaded. We've got lots going on at training camp tomorrow. Coming up at 9 o'clock today, Carrington Harrison. We're going to check in with our buddy from Kansas City on the Chiefs offseason and training camp, of course. The Chiefs, you remember them. So we'll get a check-in with Kansas City at 9 o'clock. Your phone calls from now till then at 803-0550 here on WGR.
Easy to start with here. James Cook yesterday shows up street clothes, says business when asked why he's not taking part in practice. Was that a surprise to have that happen?
Yeah, it's not something we were fully aware
Jeremy
of
White
until
here for Encore Golf.
shortly before practice.
One way to become a better golfer,
I
play
get it.
better
I understand
golf
it's
balls, have better equipment, have
the
consistency
world we're in,
in
I
your
guess,
game.
of how players want to respond and things like that. Love James, and at the end of the day, we want all our guys practicing. We know that. I mean, we got some guys out, due to injuries or soft tissue and stuff like that. So we're trying to get as many guys on the practice field as we can and start preparing for this first preseason game. And hopefully we'll get him back out there soon. But remains to be seen whether he's going to show up today or not.
When you spoke about him earlier at camp, I think a lot of people kind of came away with the tone that constant contact with him and with you and his agent, or your team and his agent, and it felt to me like there has been a dialogue, and Tom Pelissero reports that is the case and that there's not been a breakdown. In fact, he says that it's not believed that things are too far apart with this.
Yeah, I mean, without getting into things, there's been constant communication with his agent, either with myself or Kevin Meegank and with Jimbo. And so, at the end of the day, I wish we weren't here. This is my 9th season here. We've never had a player miss due to a contract or anything like that, so that's disappointing for me. It's not something we want, not something we're looking forward to. But at the end of the day, it's like I said earlier, it's kind of sometimes can be the way of the world, and so we'll deal with it the best we can. Like I said, hopefully, I'd love to see Jimbo out there today. I don't know that answer at this point this morning. Whether that will happen or not, but if it's not today, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll keep trying to, or the next day. I think we got a day off, but hopefully get him back out there soon.
What I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, like I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, like I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because he ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So, like
it's a great play.
It's an unbelievable play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, like, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
You were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino, and he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis?
Because
of the differences between...
Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much, if you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook. And it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but it's a bigger change than just next man up.
Second day in a row, no James Cook at Bills practice yesterday at St. John Fisher. His hold-in continues. Brandon Beane said that he was surprised and did not know that Cook was going to be holding out until practice on Sunday. So you can find his comments with us at WGR550.com in the Odyssey app. Cole Bishop, Dorian Williams, Curtis Samuel, Alec Anderson, Cedric Van Pran Granger, all among those that were not practicing yesterday. Practice again tomorrow at 9:45. We'll have Sean McDermott tomorrow morning as well. Joe Flacco, starting quarterback for the Browns. On their first depth chart, the Colts listed both Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones as the same. The Jaguars have Travis Hunter listed as a starting wide receiver and a second-string cornerback. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
and we're going to be us. We got nothing to hide. And it all goes back to the culture that Sean and Brandon have built and the permission to be yourself, the best version of yourself, right? And I think hopefully that's what you see. But I won't watch it. I'm not worried about that.
Bobby Babich, who also, he's talking there about Hard Knocks, not going to watch it, doesn't want to be on it. As part of his press conference yesterday, I also learned his son plays quarterback at St. Francis. Like his son plays quarterback. And he's getting the updates Bobby's getting the updates from his father about his son. And I had the thought, has a defensive coordinator ever schemed against his own son? Any level,
I don't
anywhere.
think so.
And would that be dream come true stuff? And we've got fathers and sons playing together.
Yeah.
How about defensive coordinator drawing up the scheme to shut down his son at quarterback?
All right. He's at St. Francis?
I think that's what he said in the press conference.
We could ask Sean about. I think his son is he's like middle school still, but Orchard Park playing quarterback.
All right.
So,
you know what? Tomorrow.
A little long road, but that could be. Has that ever happened? I mean, well, no. I was gonna say Deion Sanders, if he goes to the NFL, could do it, but is his son ever gonna play? Probably not.
I feel like his son's more likely to play than Deion is to coach.
In the NFL?
Yeah. I mean, his son's there.
I would still bet Deion to coach in the NFL.
As a head coach?
Yeah. Right? Or are they about to get bad because the guys he went into Colorado with are gone now? Like Travis Hunter. Maybe they're going to be bad. I have no idea. No idea how good Colorado's going to be. So otherwise, I can't think of any possible circumstance where that's really happened. How many coaches' sons even play in the NFL?
Well, a lot of coaches' sons do, but not many NFL coaches' sons.
Like
do.
head coaches.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Speaking of coaches, we have our first batch of first coach fired odds.
All right, I'm
for
ready.
the 2025 season.
I'm ready to bet.
You ready to bet?
Yep, I love this.
Got to guess who the favorite is?
The favorite to be fired in season.
There's 5 guys, all pretty 6 that are all pretty close to the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Is Dennis Allen at the top?
Dennis Allen is not an active head coach.
He's not? Who's the? Oh, sorry.
NFL.
They just fired him.
First guess, wrong. Not a coach
for Kellen Moore. Sorry.
Yes, Kellen Moore.
They
is
just
their
fired
head
him.
coach. Yeah.
That's how likely he was to be fired. He's already been fired.
He is not coaching. In fact, wasn't he fired in the middle of the season?
Yeah.
He was fired on November 4th.
Yeah, I was trying to get my way to the Saints, and I jumped the gun.
That makes sense. I mean, you went to the worst team in the league.
Yes.
Or the perceived worst team in the league.
Which, by the way, I saw today that the report is Spencer Rattler is currently beating out Tyler Shuck at quarterback.
All right. Good luck with that.
All right, favorites to be fired.
Yep.
A lot of new coaches. I mean, Stefanski has to be on the list.
He is number 4.
Okay.
Plus 700.
Brian Schottenheimer, because Jerry Jones is unpredictable.
Brian Schottenheimer is so far down the list.
All right.
He is like plus 10,000. I would say his listing is pretty ridiculous. He's plus 10,000. Sean McDermott's plus 5,500.
Okay.
There's no way Brian Schottenheimer is twice as unlikely to be fired as Sean McDermott.
I agree.
That's crazy.
Is Shane Steichen in this?
He's number 3.
Indy.
Plus 600.
Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel's number 2. Plus 500.
Brian Dable.
Number 1.
Yeah.
He's the favorite. Plus 400.
And
Brian
then
Dable.
who else
And then Dave Canales and Jonathan Gannon are right after that.
Okay.
Carolina and Arizona. Which, that makes some sense, right? They've been there a couple years. Those teams are not expected to be great. Although aren't both expected to be fairly good.
Yeah.
Okay. But Dable being the favorite. Yeah.
You might want the Titans coach in here, Brian Callahan. 3-14, gets a quarterback if it's not going well.
The next 3 after that 6. Zach Taylor, Brian Callahan, Kyle Shanahan.
Zach Taylor.
That's your next 3.
Zach Taylor.
That's a bad bet.
Zach Taylor?
Right?
Well, I don't know that they're the kind of organization that, let's say they fire Zach Taylor, who, by the way, is under 500 as a coach.
Is that still true?
Yeah. 46-52-1.
He's 6 games under 500?
Yeah.
Wow.
But 5-2 in the postseason.
That's wild. I guess those first 2 years he was 6-25-1.
Yep.
So that does a lot of damage to you. And 9-8 and 9-8. Okay, so really, I mean, he's had one incredible year, and everything else has been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's more about the organization.
Yes.
That team employed Marvin Lewis, who never won a playoff game
for 10 years.
No, it was like 16 years. He was there forever. They're not going to fire a coach that took them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to. Is who do they even hire? Just like the next coordinator?
Right. Marvin Lewis was there from 2003 to 2018 and never won a playoff game.
Are they going to go after Nick Saban? Right? Isn't there a little bit of a rumble?
There's a Saban rumor
that Saban wants back in and wants a great quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I don't know that that's going to work for him.
But he would come to the NFL if there's a great quarterback on that team.
And if the Bengals, even with their ownership situation and how they might not be a serious operation in that regard,
yeah.
I mean, you get the chance to coach Joe Burrow. I think a lot of teams would be jumping on that. A lot of coaches.
The rumor about Saban, though, has been Cleveland because I guess he has a connection there through his agent and ownership, and he's coached there before in the past.
And it's about Arch Manning.
And if they got Arch Manning,
it's like a conspiracy to get Arch Manning and Saban to the Browns.
Yeah, Saban will be 74 years old in October, by the way.
That's fine. Age is just a number. You know how old Pete Carroll is?
He's
73.
73.
Just watched a speech that he gave at, I think it was to the Raiders.
Did I ask you this question or Sal a couple weeks ago? Saban or Belichick more likely to coach next in the NFL?
Saban.
Belichick
is toast.
He'll never coach in the NFL again?
I'm going to watch Belichick coach on the sidelines at the Carrier Dome this year.
You're going to that?
I don't know if I'm going to that. I am going to see it,
You'll watch it at least.
I mean, Belichick's done, right? Hasn't he damaged everything about his reputation at this point? Don't people no longer trust his, I don't know, judgment?
I wonder, like, all it takes is one owner, right? Is one owner. Like, one of these guys could get fired. I mean, I'll circle back to a team that I thought he was going to go to a couple of years ago. If Brian Daboll is the favorite to be the first coach fired, that's the owner he has a relationship with, John Mara.
You're ready for
maybe the Giants would fire Daboll in the middle of the season. And would Belichick leave UNC in the middle of the season?
Maybe. Would he want Daboll on his staff? Because he's been on staff multiple times.
He's been with Daboll before.
Yeah.
So, I think you're probably right, and most teams wouldn't go near him. He's, for all that comes with it, in his 70s, he wants all the power. He's going to bring his coaching staff with him, which historically has been, kind of a joke, right, at this point, the guys that are underneath him. All the drama that's happened with Kraft, I don't know, you just might not want to go near it. But there might be a couple owners, Jerry Jones, John Mara, guys that have been around and would have a lot of respect for him that I think would consider it. So I don't think it's impossible. It's got to happen soon, though, right? He's at an age where if it's not going to happen the next year or two, you better get going. Does it matter at all what he does in North Carolina? To his NFL candidacy? If there's an owner that would be considering it, would they say, I was going to do this, but North Carolina's 4-8.
Right.
I don't think I want to go near him now. Or on the flip end, could he lose one game at North Carolina this year and the NFL goes, oh, look at Belichick, he still got it. Because he made the ACC title game.
It would be a wild story to see them have a great year.
UNC?
Yeah.
They play Syracuse, by the way, on Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
At Syracuse? You go to that game.
Think about it.
Saturday game on Halloween? You'd be skipping Halloween, though, and,
Halloween is Saturday.
I mean, the kids trick-or-treating.
Yeah, it'll be
versus
a big
Syracuse, North Carolina.
Be a big year for that.
Yeah.
Trick-or-treating.
Halloween decorations are out, by the way.
Has betonline.ag listed the odds for my children's choices of costumes? Minus 10,000 princess.
I think you can go.
And minus 10,000 car.
Yeah.
Monster truck.
These shops are up. You can go look around and see what the costumes they're selling are. The hardware stores I saw have the decorations out. The
30
spirit of Halloween's
the
are
30-foot ghouls you can buy at the hardware store.
My wife was trying to buy a 25-foot skeleton yesterday. I'm that's too early for this. Pumpkin spice lattes aren't even out yet.
I want a 30 for 30 sort of exploration into what year we as a society, not that I have a problem with this, just be 30-foot Dracula on my lawn. When did we decide? They started making them. We started saying let's do it.
That's cool.
Let's put the abominable snowman Yeti on my lawn for Halloween. Let's put a skull the size of my house on the lawn.
You're saying this wasn't a thing when you were a kid?
No.
Not at all?
No. These things were not as
What did you decorate for you didn't decorate for Halloween?
You might have put like a black cat or some, orange and black. You definitely did not see the proliferation of giant.
So really it's just the size you're saying is what's different.
Yes.
How big they are.
Was his name Jack Skellington? Is that the name from Nightmare Before Christmas? Anybody?
It's Jack. I know that. Jack from the Nightmare Before Christmas.
And it's Jack. I think it's Jack Skellington.
Yeah. I don't know. This is probably more recent. I bet the giant ones is more recent.
Yeah.
Especially the ones they're selling in stores now. Like 10 years ago, I wasn't walking into a home hardware store and seeing these things like on display.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have found one online somewhere.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. You can give us a ring on James Cook. Other issues to get to. Sales off today. He'll be on for the Extra Point Show, but we're giving him the morning off. Carrington Harrison joins us at 9 to talk a little bit about the Chiefs as we roll along here on WGR. The league calls and they say like, hey, sorry about everything that's ever happened to you. Here's the 4th pick in the draft.
Okay.
Would you trade the 4th pick in the draft for Micah Parsons? Because you might have a reaction to 3 firsts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Would you trade the 4th? The Bills have the 4th pick in the draft. And Dallas says, straight up, would you do it? Would you do Rousseau and the 4th pick? Because when you put all the assets on the table, it looks really big. Oh, it's James Cook and A.J. Epinesa and 3 firsts. How about James Cook, A.J. Epinesa, and the 4th pick? Would you do it? Does it change how you kind of receive that?
It does. It definitely does.
Who's the 4th pick in this year's draft?
Ooh. Marvin Harrison Jr. That's last year. That's the caliber of player I'm giving.
It was offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Yeah, I would have traded Will Campbell.
All due respect.
Yeah.
Like Abdul Carter went 3.
It definitely looks like a lot less.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot less. 4th overall picks before Marvin Harrison Jr., Anthony Richardson, Sauce Gardner.
Anthony Richardson went 4th?
Yeah.
Man, why did I think he went like 12th?
Sauce Gardner, Kyle Pitts, Andrew Thomas, Clean Farrell, Denzel Ward, Leonard Fournette. I would trade a lot of these guys for. I think I would do it. I would definitely do it. Yeah.
So then the obvious takeaway is like, if
I just hope there's not a Marvin Harrison Jr. level receiver that's gonna sway me personally. I don't know if it'll sway. It wouldn't sway them.
Then the obvious question is, if you trust the value chart, isn't trading 3 firsts for him the same as trading the 4th pick? If we're being honest and whatever, if we're sticking to the value chart, that's what that is. If you go by cap hit by year for Allen, his number is set to be, by freakish, amazing quarterback standards, very manageable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the next 3 years, I did this last week, his cap hit, right now, before any restructures or anything, his cap hit is a lot lower than both Jackson's and Mahomes for the next 3 seasons. 36 this year, 56 next year, 53 next year. Lamar, for example, is 46, then 74, and then 74.
Yeah, no, they'll probably restructure those.
They will, but so will the Bills.
Sure.
Right? So
the Bills,
so it's easy to see that Allen's number is going to be lower than Lamar's for the next 3. Maybe after that, Allen's is higher, but
that kind of gets to the point where, sure, you're paying a lot to the quarterback, but all the good teams are. All the really good teams are, except for entry-level contracts like if the Bears pop and Jaden Daniels and whoever else. Like,
and Allen's most direct peers, he is going to be getting less than. He's going to be costing you less on your books for the next 3 seasons, which really, if we think about it, age 29, 30, and 31, for a quarterback with this athleticism, not saying he has to be done after that, this is a window here. The next 3 seasons where I'm taking you up to Josh Allen being 32 years old. And at 32, probably still, again, a stallion that could jump over linebackers, but you don't know. So for the next 3 years, he's cheaper than the other guys that he's always compared to.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of these middle contracts. They have Samuel and Palmer and Dawson Knox, right? And Bosa. And that'll even cost him some next year, that Bosa contract. It's really almost like a 2-year deal. So I wonder what the appetite is for a $40 million player like that when you are filling your books here with a lot of tweener contracts, with a lot of middle-of-the-road guys that are – Rousseau is even this.
Yep.
Right? All the guys that you signed are this level of contract. And with that, Allen's number is lower, but if you look at the Bills over the next 3 years, they're right there with those teams.
No, they're right at the top.
They're right there with money that they already have paid out. Like they'll get more room from the cap going up, but they're tied up. They have as much money committed to people like 2027 just on Spot Track. Right now, they have the least amount of cap space in the league. Again, they'll get a ton.
They'll get some,
but their starting point is going to be behind all those other teams.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
Another day closer to death. That was Mike McDaniel.
McDaniel.
I got hard laughs in the room when he said that.
Yeah. That's what the Bills can do to you over 3 years, I guess.
I guess so.
That's done this year, right?
McDaniel?
Yeah. Isn't his act going to get old there very quickly? Or isn't it already kind of happened?
Very possibly. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a problem with the act. His team just fell apart. I feel like Chris Greer, of all the people.
But what are you like? I would not be the person to criticize him for the way he is and whatever. But isn't he's going to start getting labeled like, oh, this is not a real professional coach once they start losing?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, they already kind of had started.
He wears
losing.
joggers, so he can't be a real
right.
coach.
He's vaping on the sidelines.
Right. That's
allegedly.
That's something.
Like at that point, it's going to be like, we need to get a real. They're gonna like be calling for like, get us a Vrabel in here. Get us a football guy in here.
It really is
tough
true.
Nose.
As long as you win, you can do whatever you want. Bill Belichick literally cut the arms off of hoodies, and they're like, "That's a guy." Andy Reid wears Hawaiian shirts regularly.
Right.
Look at him.
Yep.
You can do. If you win, you can do whatever you want.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh, weird.
Khakis.
Brilliant. Mm-hmm. Right? Brilliant coach.
You start losing, they're going to go after you for everything.
Belichick with the hoodie thing. What is the weirdest thing an athlete that is great does that we just accept as like, oh, yeah, of course.
Because they're great?
Because they're great. If anybody else did it, I mean, it really might be Belichick deciding, I want hoodies with the sleeves off.
I thought this the other day about how Mahomes walks on his tiptoes all the time.
Yeah.
Did you ever notice that?
No.
Watch how Mahomes walks, like to the huddle. He kind of walks on his tiptoes. It's very strange. I don't know if that's because he has ankle problems, like he walks that way, but it's weird.
Okay.
But again, he's Mahomes.
You win. Do whatever you want.
You win. This would be coach attire would be a good place to start here, I think. For this.
It's really Belichick that's the standard.
Yeah. Some of the Dan Campbell stuff, maybe, if he didn't win, right?
Yeah. I mean, he got made fun of for all the stuff he said, and then he started winning.
That's right.
And it's like, oh, okay, love that guy.
His 2 giant coffees every day that have like 8 shots of espresso in each of them.
Right.
Like if they lost all the time, maybe this guy should settle down a little bit.
That's right.
Maybe just have some black coffee.
803-0550. Had a quick stat of the day for you. I wanted to thank a listener for sending this one along. Michael sent this along. It's about the Yankees. So
okay. They are cooked right now.
You know how I know that? Because my Yankee friends are complaining on Twitter. I saw they just gave up a pinch hit home run last night to a guy that's hitting like 112.
Yeah. That's not the stat of the day? Because that's pretty good.
That's not the stat of the day. The stat of the day is, the Yankees just got swept by the Marlins.
Yes. Oh, I think I know this stat. Because I knew a stat going into the series.
The Marlins are now the only Major League Baseball franchise with a winning record against the Yankees.
Yes.
Courtesy of that sweep.
That's sweet. Yeah.
I mean, listen. Yankee
Who would have
fans
guessed
are
the
freaking
Marlins
out.
would be the only team for that? What, they've not been something like pinnacle of success.
Speaking
At least not in the last 10 years.
I don't know why this just popped in my thing. Did you see the video? We always have to do this where you have to ask if a video is fake because it's for promotional purposes.
Yeah. AI world.
Did you see the video of the Seattle Kraken mascot getting chased by a bear?
No, I did not see this.
Yeah.
It's on the immediate description, I'm going to guess it's fake.
Okay. I don't think it's fake. They were charged by a grizzly bear in Alaska. It really happened. I mean, it's on news websites, KOMO News. Sure enough, the Seattle Kraken go out to Alaska with a hockey player, and the mascot is there in full mascot gear. I don't know what the mascot's name is. I'll find that out for you here in a moment. It's
a Bowie.
Bowie, the sea troll.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's the only redeeming thing about the Kraken name is that they went with a sea troll.
Bowie's tooth also comes out. Like you can remove one of the teeth.
Okay. All right.
That happened on a broadcast last year.
You know what? I like him more and more.
No, it's fake. This is totally fake.
If it's fake, how's it on a news website? It's on the news. The news got Fox 13 Seattle, KOMO. Is it fake?
There's one camera view that makes it look like it's fake to me, but the rest of it seems real. The one where the mascot's in the river and the bear starts charging him from behind, that looks fake to me. But
I think it really happened.
I don't know. It's tough. They also, the way they are... No, see, I don't want to judge this, though, because grizzly bears, you're supposed to not run, right? Because none of them are running. The grizzly bear charges them, and nobody really reacts.
I mean,
I think you're not supposed to.
He's in a mascot suit. I don't know what rules apply when you're dressed like a sea troll. You remove the tooth and throw it at the bear. Everybody knows that's what you do. Bears hate it when you throw your teeth at them.
Okay, I'll lean this is real for right now, but I am open to this being fake.
All right. What did you fall for the other day? We had something recently.
Oh, I don't remember. It was a bad one, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What did I fall for?
I don't remember. We'll think about it during the break. Carrington Harrison at the top of the 9 o'clock hour on the Chiefs. We'll reset some stuff we had on James Cook. And when we get back, Jerry Ostrowski, Joe Marino, had some good kind of in-depth dominoes discussion about if Cook was to not be on the team, the Bills' offense would, have to change the way it operates. So a quick explainer of that when we return. And if you want to give us a call on Cook, we're happy to have you. 803-0550. Join us here on WGR.
Goal for the year? I mean, we're talking the margins, right? It's small. I kind of want to make golf analogies to you because that's how we talk a lot. But like, it's the littlest bit to finish it. So like, does it ever get? I mean, how frustrating does it get? How motivating is it to get that last little bit?
Yeah, listen. When you lose that last game, it's a kick in the teeth. There's no other way to say it. It hurts you. It breaks you down. You feel tears in your eyes. You feel like you let not only your family but you let the city down and Western New York. That's the God's honest truth. It is painful, but I am one of those ones. I'm not gonna sit there and mourn. I'm gonna figure this thing out, and I'm gonna keep swinging the sword. And as long as Terry Pagula will let me swing it, and we're gonna figure it out. And I'm not gonna give in. Like, we are going to keep, I think I said it at that one of the pressers, whether it was the one right after the season, but we're going to keep kicking the door in. We're going to keep it kicking, and at some point knock it down and get it done. And, I'm not deterred or anything like that. This is a hard league as a whole. Obviously, the AFC is stacked, and, it's always going to be a gauntlet. That's the challenge of it. This is a hard league. That's why so many fans love it. And that's why it's so hurtful when you go as far as we've gone for so many years. I say it all the time. The further you go, the worse it hurts. So I can't sit here and say, it doesn't sting. It doesn't punish me, and I don't just want to, curl up in the fetal position and cry my eyes out. But at the end of the day, it's how you got to get back on that horse, rebuild what you need to do, get your staff. This is how we're going to do this. Get everyone in alignment and start the journey immediately on at this point 2025.
What I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, like I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, like I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because you ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So,
it's a great play.
It's an unbelievable play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
You were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino, and he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis? Or because of the differences between...
Yeah. Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much, if you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook. And it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but it's a bigger change than just next man up.
No James Cook at Bills practice yesterday. His hold-in continues into day number 2. Off day for the Bills today, and then back at practice tomorrow. So we'll see if Cook's there then, but practicing at least, but wouldn't be expected to. Cole Bishop, Dorian Williams, Curtis Samuel, Alec Anderson, Cedric Van Pran Granger, long list of injured players that you can get the full list of on our website, WGR550.com, where you can also listen to Brandon Bean's comments with us yesterday morning. That's also available on the Odyssey app. Practice tomorrow at 9:45. Joe Flacco listed as the Browns starter on their first depth chart of the season. The Jaguars list Travis Hunter as a starting receiver and a second-string corner. Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones were listed as starting quarterbacks in Indy. Chargers running back Najee Harris was at practice again yesterday, but he was just walking around the field with a helmet on, as there's really no details yet on his eye injury that he got from a fireworks accident at the 4th of July. Blue Jays win over the Rockies 15-1. Yankees fall to Texas. Red Sox win their 6th in a row. So at the moment, the AL East stands with Toronto having a 3-game lead over Boston and a 5.5-game lead over the Yankees. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
How many times have we seen Cook take a handoff and within a half a step, he's kind of hesitating. He's sitting there. Then he's back behind it. We saw numbers where Cook ran weak. He ran weak more than any back in the league last year. That's what he sees. That's what he does. So to just say, hey, we're not going to sign him. I don't care if he plays. Ray Davis starts. Well, if you watch Ray, he's downhill. So he doesn't have the patience that Cook has. So while Cook is hesitating, then gets back behind it, Ray's probably running into guys because he's not letting it set up. There's a way that these running schemes all fit the style of the back. And if you go to a Ray Davis, you better start forcing doubles, maybe even going to some power to where he can get downhill and put his foot in the ground and go. There's a lot more that goes into it than just saying, hey, the O-line's great, so anybody back there works. No, it's not the way it is.
Former Bills offensive lineman Jerry Ostrowski, 100 games in the NFL with the Bills, on the differences in the Bills running backs and how it is not as easy as just, the next guy goes in. Call the same plays. He went so far as to say, in our conversation yesterday, I'm talking with Jerry and Joe Marino on the Bill Squad show, that he went so far as to say that Aaron Kromer would have to change the way the line blocks. If Cook's out, he's the one that runs it like that, so they don't call those plays. Not that they would necessarily be bad doing it, but just it is a bigger change than just that. And the idea is that Cook does indeed optimize what this offense does. Mm-hmm. So not as easy as just get him out, get somebody else in there, you'll be fine. Toss Darrington Evans back there behind that line. He'll be running through those holes. Not so.
That's really never going to happen, though, right?
What's that?
Ray Davis starting for the Buffalo Bills. Because this year...
You think they would replace Cook if Cook left?
The Cook replacement is not happening now.
No.
Right? Because he's going to play one way or another. It's possible he is holding in right now.
Yep.
So it's possible he sits out games. I'm currently not taking that seriously. The idea that he is not going to play games for them this year.
Agree.
Either because they don't have I think either there's a contract by then or he's returned. So he's playing. And then next year will show up, and if they haven't paid him and he walks, they're going into the season with Ray Davis as the starting running back. He would have had to have a whale of a season, I think, for them to commit to him being like the number one without doing something else at the position. So I'm not saying that Jerry is wrong there at all. I'm just wondering, is Ray Davis ever going to actually be the plan for their top guy?
Yeah.
He's a change of pace guy. He's a physical guy. He could be a short yardage guy. But if Cook walks, they're doing something else that probably will try to replace what Cook does.
That's probably right, because think of it this way. Haven't they always sought the Davis? If Davis is the more powerful change of pace, they did that with Zach Moss. They wanted that.
Right.
Not that they're exactly the same player, but they did that with Moss.
Frank Gore,
They
even
did
a
that
little
with
bit.
They did that with Damian Lewis.
Damon Harris.
Sorry. I was on Harris, then I went to Lewis.
Latavius Murray. A big guy.
Desperate, but yeah.
He was big.
But so they have sought out that more powerful back as a complement.
Yeah, Moss is really the one.
Yeah,
Moss was a third-round pick They already had a starting running back, and he was a very specific type of player.
Yeah, he said he wanted to make defenders make business decisions.
Right. So, like, I think that point is right about Ray Davis. I just don't think Ray Davis is ever going to be the guy unless he takes a big step and kind of commands that himself.
Yeah.
It's not like they put a big asset into him. He was a 4th-round pick. It's not nothing for a running back, but it's not a big contract. It's not a day 2 pick. It was a 4th-round pick. So what do you do with a 4th-round pick? When your starter leaves, you usually pair him with another guy to create a committee if you don't actually even go even further than that and a guy that would definitively be over the top of him. So I'm not really that worried about what they would have to do to change with Ray Davis in there because I think Cook's the running back this year, and if Cook's not here next year, I think there'll be somebody else I'm excited about.
Yeah. Is this absurd to look up free agent running backs next year?
I don't think it's absurd. I know Jonathan Taylor is off the top of my head. Or I think he is. Pretty sure. What would be absurd is to look up draft running backs, I think, for next year. That would be absurd.
There was a caller to the afternoon show yesterday that suggested the Bills should have planned better for this, and if they had drafted a running back, they'd be better prepared for it. You think there's any feeling on that? The one thing that Brandon Beane told Chris Brown yesterday on One Bills Live was that between the draft and camp that they had very minimal contact, right, with the agent. So
yeah, right.
It kind of went quiet for a while, and maybe things picked back up around training camp. And at the beginning of this training camp, Beane basically said like, "Oh yeah, we're in contact." Tom Pelissero pointed out that he didn't feel the two sides were all that far apart. So talks had opened back up.
Yeah,
and then this curveball gets thrown in here. I mean, Breece Hall's a UFA next year. Could you see the Bills going after Breece Hall? I think so.
I think he does a lot of what Cook does, right? He's explosive.
Then you have to get to the conversation of if you have the opportunity to pay Cook and extend him.
Why wouldn't you just do it?
As opposed to, going into the free agent waters where you're almost always going to overpay in free agency because you have to compete with all the other teams.
Yep.
Right now, Cook might be asking for an overpay, but you just have to convince one player.
Well, I don't know how much they care about this one particular thing, but if you think that I'll pay a running back, but if I'm going to pay a running back, the guy's got to be. Is this the most mentioned point about James Cook as to why you wouldn't pay him? He doesn't play half the snaps. He's not on the field for me all the time. Where is he on the last couple plays against Kansas City? These are the points that are made to why you wouldn't pay him because he doesn't pass protect. He's got other guys that got to come in and do other parts of the job. So he's not a workhorse featured back. The size maybe is a part of that too. So he doesn't play half the snaps. Breece Hall plays 72% of the snaps. That's your difference. Breece Hall doesn't come off the field. You get him, and if he stays healthy, he's your running back in every situation. So that would be the difference. And also, would you have to pay him much more lucratively than you would pay Cook? I mean, statistically, Cook's been better. I mean, Cook had more touchdowns last year than Breece Hall has in his career. So statistically, it's not there.
Right. There might be some factors there.
Yeah, the Bills are a better infrastructure for a running back, I think, by a lot.
Yes.
But maybe the Bills would think if it was that direct a comparison, you would try to capitalize on that. Like, Cook's going to go get paid because in this system, he put up crazy numbers. We think that guy, who went like almost a full round higher than him in the draft, is actually as good, if not even better, but he's been playing for the Jets. So his numbers aren't as good. Let's capitalize on that. Let's get him at a lower number because he's only got 14 touchdowns in his career, and he's never had 1,000 yards, even though we've seen it against the Bills. That dude can run. He's explosive.
Mm-hmm.
So
his rush
that's an idea.
If you want this, I sometimes will go to this. Rush yards over expected per attempt last year.
Mm-hmm.
Breece Hall behind Ray Davis.
Really?
Yep.
That's surprising. Okay, well, I don't like that. I don't like that part.
I mean, whatever. Like that stat doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all, but he is behind Ray Davis.
Would they not? Well, I guess they could. I was going to say, would they do something like that if Cook walks Breece Hall, a running back of that caliber, or they'll draft a guy? But either way, there will be an idea for me. Like, there will be a Breece Hall. There will be a third-round rookie, maybe a second-round rookie. But there will be someone else with Ray Davis.
I hope you're prepared for the first-round rookie.
I'm not prepared
is
for
everyone
that,
out there
but
ready for?
I am not
It's been a
prepared
couple
for that.
years. It's been a couple years since the Bills mock draft having a running back.
Listen, for draft conversation, I would love to have Cook not be signed next spring.
Yeah.
Right? If he's not signed next spring, I mean, it depends what happens. If they win the Super Bowl, we're just probably doing that.
Right.
But otherwise, aren't we spending 2 months on whether they're going to draft a first-round running back next spring? If it's apparent Cook is leaving, well, we'll know, actually. Free agency's first. If Cook's gone, and it's just Ray Davis and Ty Johnson.
Yeah, running backs.
We're talking about running back in the first round for a month or two.
It's definitely on the menu.
Yeah.
Second round.
I mean, it's been almost every time they've needed a guy. When Travis Etienne is in the draft in the first round, he's a finishing piece.
Breece Hall was the guy that was mocked them. They didn't take him. They ended up taking Cook that year, right? Same draft class.
That's right. So that's my overarching thought, though, is that I'm never getting to Ray Davis as my lead back. I don't think that's ever in the cards unless he forces that. And for him to force that, he'd have to have, I think, a pretty incredible year.
Yeah. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 on James Cook. Anybody got a prediction for how it ends? Is he just they talk today, they're off. Maybe there's a sit down. I mean, Bean also revealed on One Bills Live that he'd never done a deal with this agent
He's
before.
never done a deal with this agent. Nope.
So maybe today it's a day off, hit the golf course, get on the phone, talk something.
Yep. This also is Shamar Stewart's agent, by the way, who had the big run, first-round rookie, had a run-in with the Bengals on, specific contract language. That did end up getting done, and it was ugly.
It was ugly. He did not ultimately get the language he wanted.
They caved?
But he got more money.
Okay.
He got more money, maybe up front and more guaranteed. I believe what I read was that Shamar Stewart ultimately did not get the language, but he got another concession that he wanted for more money up front, more guaranteed money, whatever.
Okay.
So... Anyway.
LAA Sports, by the way, is the name of the agency. Matthew Least is who
maybe
James Cook has.
Today they talk, cooler heads prevail, and Cook is just back working out.
You know why he might have never done a deal with him? Because his NFLPA page, they have pages for the agents, by the way, says contracts negotiated 2.
Okay.
And one of them is Caden Prather, the Bills' 7th-round rookie.
So then they have done a deal, but that's just like the base level. Seventh round kind of.
Yeah.
There's nothing. I can't imagine there's not much to negotiate.
Spotrac only lists players for him as James Cook, Shamar Stewart, and Caden Prather. That's it.
Okay.
So that would maybe be an explanation for as to why you've never done a deal with. Maybe it's a newer guy on the block. I'm not sure.
Newer guy, but I don't think it's a new agency. I think that agency.
No, it's not a new agency.
Yeah.
No.
Right. Okay. Well,
so I don't know.
Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it with. Sean McDermott is going to join us from training camp tomorrow. So. See if there's any sort of update. Coaches are always put in a weird spot. Players are put in a weird spot. Did you see what Benford said? Christian Benford was asked about this whole scenario, and his answer was effectively, "What would you do if you were in this situation?" And he said, "Well, it's just me. I'd probably be here just working to get it, working to prove it." Mm-hmm. And Benford says, the way that I am, I want to work to prove all the time. Which, when you're someone that got the bag. It's a big deal what Christian Benford got. I'm not saying he's being dishonest. It's if I'm Cook, I might be like, well, all right, that's you. You got paid. Yeah. I didn't. And the other thing worth mentioning is it really is so specific to running back. If you're a corner and you're waiting for that contract, you're waiting to get paid. First off, when you do hit the market, you're going to get paid a lot more. Mm-hmm. A lot more than you are as a running back. And if you're a corner, usually, I shouldn't say usually, whatever. It is not unusual for corners' careers to last a long time. Mm-hmm. If you're a running back, they're going to chew you up and spit you up by the time you're 27, right? Mm-hmm. You're done.
Yeah.
27, you're old. And then this might be an outlier, but how old is Stephon Gilmore? Is he 35?
He's 35. He's 34? Probably one of the guys that's gone the longest.
Yeah, he's gone the longest. You can routinely make it to your 30s as a good veteran corner.
Yeah. 3-4 more years of lifeline, I think you usually get with corner.
Yeah.
30, 31 is about it. But right, that's 3 more years usually than most running backs have.
I feel like every running back would have armor on about I'll get chewed up and spit out faster than any of you.
Right.
One injury and I'm done. Nick Chubb is a good example of this, right? I mean, he made it a little longer than most.
Yeah.
He's 29. When did he get hurt? Was he 27? He is a Hall of Fame running back talent. Hurt, done, the burst is gone, his career is over.
Mm-hmm.
Some guys come back from it. Peterson was able to do that, but it's just...
But yeah, no, not everybody.
Running backs, they probably know it is very rare to make a third contract. You got to get the second one.
Really, like, you know who's a good example? Is the guy never even got to that first extension. Javonte Williams was a second-round pick, like early second-round pick. And he had, I remember his rookie year, I think he set the record for most yards, what's the force missed tackle? Force missed tackle rate.
Yeah.
Like he set the record for that stat in his rookie season. Had a great rookie year. Year 2, right at the beginning, bam, tears his knee up. Like every ligament in his knee is cooked. And he's not been the same since. And what he just signed for in Dallas, like a 1-year vet minimum contract. Like that guy never got the deal at all because his injury came before he got a chance to hit that big contract. And how many stories of that are you going to have at that position?
Right.
There's going to be a dozen of them at least.
That's where if you say like Cook is either A, getting bad advice, or B, going rogue against what his agent would want, or getting bad advice from his brother. My guess is if you're a running back,
Dalvin Cook, that kind of happened, didn't it?
Yes,
he
Dalvin
got
Cook,
injuries at the end, and he's toast.
But he got a big contract. He got it, and the whole point is, if you're a running back, you got to do whatever you can, at all costs. Why doesn't he want to be here? How could he do this to this team? He's being a me guy. I've got one contract that I'm going to sign that's going to pay me that I can count on, and
for Benford, you might have 2.
Right. And listen, injury could end any career. That's every position. But running back especially, you're going to lose your job to somebody younger. They're going to come in cheaper. And it's the position that is paid the least. Look at the franchise tag. Last time we looked at franchise tags, weren't running backs only ahead of special teamers?
And I think there was a time, I don't know if this is still true, where their average was behind kickers. That was true. That maybe isn't true anymore because last year there was a little bit of a hike in the running back salary, but no, they're far behind. Who did we mention yesterday? Darnell Mooney makes the same amount of money as the top running backs in the league. You're like a good, or let's say like a low-level number 2 wide receiver is making about the money that the top running backs in the position are making, or in the league are making. So that's why I empathize with what Cook's doing and him being aggressive about it and him prioritizing that contract. I don't think he's going to get it. Like, if I were to predict how it ends, I think it ends with him playing for the Bills on the final year of his deal, and if he stays healthy, he will cash in somewhere else. And he'll get his $15 million a year from the Bears.
Might be a good fit.
Or Dallas.
Might be a good fit for the Bears.
The Bears?
Yeah, might be good. Maybe Ben Johnson.
Be their new Jahmyr Gibbs?
Be their Gibbs. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rookie quarterback contract, too.
803-0550, if you want to chime in. Happy to have you here. Hard Knocks premieres tonight. Tomorrow we'll, of course, have plenty to talk about with it.
Are we going to get a Bills unofficial depth chart in the next couple of days like we're seeing a lot of in the league?
Maybe.
Not that we should really even maybe care about it anyways. Because is there any position where we're like, ooh, who's listed here? Because now that Hairston's hurt, like corner's not that.
I guess the only spot I would want to look at, like, right, injuries are going to be a big factor here, but like,
yeah, like what position would you be interested to know how they list?
I want to know where Curtis Samuel is listed
at wide receiver.
That's what I want to know. This guy that exists.
Yeah,
but
you think he's going to be behind your guy Wilkerson?
I don't know. I know that Wilkerson's going to play on Saturday, right?
Yeah.
And could he show out? And if he plays special teams, the same is true of Jalen Virgil or what? Like, I don't know. There's probably not an avenue to get out from under Samuel. I'm not even sure you should really want to. You just you got to wait. You hate it, but you got to just wait and say, we signed him for a reason. We saw a glimpse of what it could be at the end of the year. Maybe because of that, we don't want to rush him. We're going to be very careful. The turf toe that set him back was a big deal. When he got healthy, it looked right.
Yep.
Okay, hamstring. Let's take as much time as he needs because he can be a difference maker. And, so much of this season, so much of this team is about making a difference later. I don't need Curtis Samuel in September. I kind of really don't. Right? When do I need him? when I need that play against the Chiefs, when it's 3rd and 10, and can he be the guy to make a difference? Or 4th and 5, can I get, I need spots in those plays. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Sean McDermott will be tomorrow, 9 o'clock hour, we think. A lot going on from camp tomorrow. Our training camp schedule tomorrow we're going to get to. We've already booked like a bunch of guests. Here's tomorrow for you. Tomorrow we're going to check in with Joe Marino, Sal Mariana, and Sean McDermott. And I believe Jerry Ostrowski will also be at camp tomorrow. So
nice.
big day, second to last day. And then Pete Gwelly, Bills and Sabres COO on Thursday. We expect to chat with him. You can give us a ring. Carrington Harrison at 9 on the Chiefs.
On the Chiefs.
What are we hearing about the Chiefs?
They had a couple banged-up receivers, right? Worthy and Brown. But in terms of, other storylines, it's their offensive line for me. How's that rookie look? Josh Simmons, who everyone thought would go really high in the first round if he wasn't injured, but he was injured, and now he's not injured. Should I be scared of that? The Chiefs got a top 10 level tackle at 32. 31. They didn't win.
That's right. Maybe. Their offense has not been good for 2 years. It's very possible, and I would even think likely, that eventually they just ascend back to the top 5. Wouldn't you think that? I mean, Mahomes having 2 down years.
In offense?
I think they'll get back there. It's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. They'll get back there.
You want to bet it?
You don't think they'll get to a top 5? I don't even mean this year. I mean,
okay.
They're going to get back there.
Eventually, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
This year, I wouldn't bet that. But eventually, yeah, they'll get back to top 5. It's at some point, sure.
We'll talk about that with Carrington Harrison coming up. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Keon Coleman, he's one of your healthy receivers at this point. We got to talk receiver at some point, right? That's what we're going to do. Keon Coleman's healthy. That's the good news. Have you seen a response from him?
Yeah.
Like you've wanted?
Yeah, I think I've been really, and it's not just here. I've seen it all off season. I think he came back. His agent and I've developed a pretty decent relationship. I knew him, but didn't know him very well before we drafted Keon, and so he's one of those agents that, he gave Keon his opinion, too, of, hey, these are the things I see that can help you. And so Keon and him and us had a, kind of what his plan would be. These are the areas that we want you to attack in the offseason. And I was getting a lot of videos of him training and doing things, and you could just see over time, him beefing up a little bit, just growing into his body. Like I said, he was 21 when we took him, so he's not a fully grown man yet, even though he's a big guy. But he worked his butt off all spring, and I think we saw it from the minute he walked in the door at in late April and through OTAs. And but he's still working into that player. He's still a young guy, and it's not going to be perfect. We shouldn't expect him to look like a 5-year vet at this point. But I'm pleased with who he is. He's playing stronger. He's playing sturdier. He's obviously getting even more chemistry with Josh. Unfortunately, when the wrist deal happened last year, the offense has to keep rolling. Sometimes it can be hard to work someone back in. It wasn't like we weren't scoring a lot of points with him out. And so I think all that combined with just, how we were playing and how he was trying to learn to play with, whatever soreness remained, he just wasn't able to make the same impact that he was making prior to the injury.
The league calls and they say like, hey, sorry about everything that's ever happened to you. Here's the 4th pick in the draft.
Okay.
Would you trade the 4th pick in the draft for Micah Parsons? Because you might have a reaction to 3 firsts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Would you trade the 4th? The Bills have the 4th pick in the draft. And Dallas says, straight up, would you do it? Would you do Rousseau and the 4th pick? Because when you put all the assets on the table, it looks really big. Oh, it's James Cook and A.J. Epinesa and 3 firsts. How about James Cook, A.J. Epinesa, and the 4th pick? Would you do it? Does it change how you kind of receive that?
It does. It definitely does.
Who's the 4th pick in this year's draft?
Ooh. Marvin Harrison Jr. That's last year. That's the caliber of player I'm giving.
It was offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Yeah, I would have traded Will Campbell.
All due respect.
Yeah.
Like Abdul Carter went 3.
It definitely looks like a lot less.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot less. 4th overall picks before Marvin Harrison Jr., Anthony Richardson, Sauce Gardner.
Anthony Richardson went 4th?
Yeah.
Man, why did I think he went like 12th?
Sauce Gardner, Kyle Pitts, Andrew Thomas, Clean Farrell, Denzel Ward, Leonard Fournette. I would trade a lot of these guys for. I think I would do it. I would definitely do it. Yeah.
So then the obvious takeaway is like,
I just hope there's not a Marvin Harrison Jr. level receiver that's gonna sway me personally. I don't know if it'll sway. It wouldn't sway them.
Then the obvious question is, if you trust the value chart, isn't trading 3 firsts for him the same as trading the 4th pick? If we're being honest and whatever, if we're sticking to the value chart,
yeah,
that's what that is.
James Cook's hold-in goes through day number 2 at practice yesterday. A lot of injured players for the Bills also. Cole Bishop is still out. Curtis Samuel is still out. Dorian Williams, many others. You can find the full list at our website, WGR550.com. The Bills be back at practice tomorrow at 9:45. Preseason game number 1 this weekend against the New York Giants. Micah Parsons at Dallas practice yesterday after his trade demand. Just not talking to Jerry Jones. Also, Joe Flacco listed as the starting quarterback in Cleveland ahead of the other Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel. Shadur Sanders was listed number 4. Baseball last night, the Blue Jays win over the Rockies. The Yankees lose and the Red Sox win. So Toronto's lead right now in the AL East is 3 games over Boston and 5.5 games over the Yankees. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
What's Jerry Jones's priority? If his priority is team building over building wealth, then absolutely not. Jerry Jones understands that Micah Parsons is not only the best player on this defense, he's the player that everyone follows defensively. Sure. And so you have to figure out a way to keep him in the locker room. Jerry Jones hasn't had a trade like this, though, in the season or off season since, I would say, Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker was probably the last person who could move the needle for the Dallas Cowboys.
And that was Jimmy pushing it.
Yeah, that was traded away. And so for me, this deal gets worked out with Michael Parsons, but why does it have to get to this point?
That's Ryan Clark. Why does it get to this point? Jerry Jones in the hot dog costume. We're all trying to find out who did this. Sorry, I use that reference a lot. If you don't watch I Think You Should Leave, then maybe you don't know it. But it's a great meme. It's great. Great skit, too. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Parsons. The NHL 26 cover athlete has been revealed. You see that?
I did.
NHL 26.
Matthew Tkachuk.
Matthew Tkachuk.
Not Sam Reinhart. It would have been funny if there was another former Sabre on the NHL
Am I
game.
required to call this game Chell?
Yes. Yeah. If you play it.
I'm too old.
If you don't play it, you don't have to. But if you play it, like if I'm texting the guys, if we're like gonna have a Chell night, it's a Chell night. Like are we playing Chell tonight? Chell tonight? Question mark. That's the text.
Sure.
There's a game mode now called World of Chell.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's like a
They've leaned into
online thing.
They've leaned into it. Speaking of hockey, very quick thing. So Matthew Schaefer, the number 1 overall pick of the New York Islanders.
Yep.
So the Islanders did like a cool thing where like he lost his mom to cancer right like before he was drafted, and they had like 25 kids who had all lost their parents come in like when he signed his contract and got his jersey or whatever. He picked jersey number 48. That's what he's going to wear in the NHL. You know why he's wearing jersey number 48? Matthew Schaefer?
Is it how old his mom was?
No, separate from that.
Okay.
He's wearing number 48 for Danny Briere.
Wow.
Who was one of his favorite players growing up. Matthew Schaefer was born 2 months after Danny Briere left the Buffalo Sabres. So that's where we are. That's how long ago that was now. He's wearing it for Briere, but he wasn't even alive when Briere was with the Sabres. So this is definitely just for Flyers.
This
Briere,
is
I also kind of only half believe him because how long did Briere play?
After he left.
If you were born when his Flyers career began, how old are you when he is still good?
I mean, you can still watch a guy.
3?
You don't have any player that you love to watch from before you were remembering sports, really?
Like Briere, Briere really is not, like 2011 is his last like really good year.
Yeah, his last respectable, whatever, yeah.
So he's 4. 4 and younger for me would be like,
I'll give you
that's 99. Like that would be like me saying that Hasek was my favorite player growing up. Although he was a Red Wing by that time, so I guess I did watch him. Who's not good by 99?
I've got a name for this.
Who?
No,
I would never say that like Dante Culpepper was one of my favorite players growing up because I was 6 when he was like done being good.
But if you're a pro hockey player, you're going to watch a lot of hockey, right? And even go back and maybe watch older Cup finals or older stuff.
Yeah, so your favorite player from like really before you can remember watching.
The first name that came up for me on this was like Lawrence Taylor, but he did play long enough where I remember watching him play.
Okay.
You know, I was born 2 years before he started in the NFL. So when he's bursting on the scene, I'm 5, and I don't really remember Lawrence Taylor when I'm 5.
Right.
But he did play long enough into my, teens neighborhood.
Okay.
Who's the player that I didn't see a lot of that I love?
Yeah. Could even really be your first favorite player, right? Like, would you have a favorite player when you're 5?
Yeah. Well, you might.
Your son loves Tage Thompson.
That's right.
So, like, that would be like if Tage Thompson demanded a trade in 2 years, and in 15 years, Knox plays in the NHL and says, I'm going to wear 72. Would that be crazy? Maybe it wouldn't be crazy.
Maybe not. I don't know. Everybody probably has a favorite player when they're 5. The question is, do you remember it? Or do your parents tell you, oh, you loved this player?
That would be more of it, I think, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
803-0550. Bob in Buffalo is on the line. Hey, Bob.
Hey, how you doing?
Morning.
Good morning. So, Jeremy, I think you're not required to call it Chell. I don't think anyone is. In fact, as hockey players, we usually abbreviate things and make them shorter. I think it's very funny that we abbreviate NHL with Chell, but we're actually adding an extra letter.
It is shorter to say, though. It's about syllables.
It's quicker.
And hockey players.
You're right, it's not quicker to text though, and I'm using it in text as often as I am.
Hockey players also take short names and lengthen them. Nicknames like your name is Mare, it's Maresy.
Right. Miller was Millsy.
That's about the same. But you get guys with one. You get one syllable. It's not unusual to lengthen the name.
Right. Royzy, Derek Roy.
I know what you're thinking. Can we get the Sabres to have a Sabres jersey? Well.
Should they do a Sabres jersey, or should they do the nicknames on the back of the jersey? How about that?
Like Tomer?
Tomer. It says 72 Tomer on the back.
Listen, the nicknames,
is that a bad idea?
The nicknames belong in one spot, and that is for the social media posts to act like the players have these names, and we know who they are. Quinner! And
yeah,
that's how it works. The nicknames make it to social media.
Don't the Bills have some of those too? They used to. Devin Singletary was Motor. John Brown was Smoke.
Yep.
But maybe that's it.
Are the Bills out of nicknames?
Maybe they're done with nicknames.
Who's left?
Jimbo.
Groot.
Yeah, but no one's calling him Groot.
People are,
if someone gets a question, Ed Oliver gets a question about Rousseau, he's referring to him in the press conference as Groot.
I don't know.
Because James Cook, they'll say Jimbo.
They will.
So, it is a nickname, though. It's a nickname. Maybe that's it. Deion Dawkins doesn't have a nickname, does he? Spencer Brown. We tried to get
Deion Dawkins is the snowman.
We tried to get Benny Blankets off the ground with Benford.
We're still working on Benny Blankets.
Yeah.
Benny Blankets, Christian Benford. The marketing campaign to get him more awareness.
Josh doesn't have a nickname. Pro Football Reference says it's the Winter Soldier.
Right.
Which I've never heard.
Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jerry-O. Just wondering, a couple things. I know we live in a real world, but if I show up to my work and just sit there, I don't get paid. I mean, Cook's just showing up. They got to change that. It isn't fair that he can just show up while I'm here, but I don't have to listen to you, so I don't have to practice. So that's just one thing I'm a little bit bothered about. But the other thing, I thought we were living in a world of a dime a dozen running backs, where like you just said, our one running back's better than the guy in the Jets by numbers. Obviously, we don't really believe he is, but I just don't think it's a big deal. I mean, I don't think the Bills should pay him. They should pay him for what he is. I mean, he's a running back. That's just what running backs are getting paid for the most part. There are a few teams that overpay. But that's just things like that bother me. Like, I can just show up and stand there. As long as I show up, I'm okay. So if I go to work, I can't just sit there. So I know real world versus the NFL world is different. But that's something that I would like to see change, and maybe it would force the hand a little bit. But just want to get your thoughts on that. Thanks, and have a great day.
You got to be careful about real world. I mean, real world, if he asked for a raise, he would just maybe get it.
Mm-hmm.
And real world, it is kind of funny how this works. In the NFL, the structure is come in and produce right away. And if you produce right away, that's great. You're a bargain. Now it's time for you to get paid. And you get paid.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it doesn't work out. I think, again, in the real world, Curtis Samuel would make more than James Cook. I mean, maybe he would for value to a team. But it is the draft is what is really the root, and the entry-level contracts are the root of all of this. Like, what would Abdul Carter get if he came out of college and it was a free agent deal? $22 million a year?
He'd get
$22 million a year.
At least, yeah.
Neighborhood. 25, 30, if all the teams could bid on him. But they can't. Instead, what he has to do is play for relative peanuts because a CBA has been agreed to and signed by players in the league before him, and he has to hope to make it to that contract. Really, in the real world, just to make this point about Cook has done everything they've asked.
Mm-hmm.
And he watched 4 other guys in the same spot get paid. Now, maybe he's being unreasonable with his ask, but in the real world, if you operate within the guidelines of the CBA at your work, then exactly what is happening, what would happen. Like, Cook's not breaking any rules. If they want it different, they can make it different. McLaurin's doing this. Hendrickson's doing this. Like that, the reason they're doing it is because it's in the rules. So, I mean, I do want to say in the real world, if you operate within the rules of your union or whatever, this is indeed what happens. So, it's just tough. It's got to be a tough life in the NFL. I made it. What now? Well, throw your body into a meat blender for 4 years.
Yep.
And hope you come out of it to actually get the big contract. What happens if I don't?
And your big contract is going to be, way lower than the guys that don't get the ball as often as you are going to get.
And the owners, by the way, are going to collude to keep guaranteed money on all these contracts down, while the PA is firing people who are not holding your best interests at heart.
Right, he's using your money from the union to go to strip clubs. That's what's going on with that thing.
It's not
perfect.
You don't have to cry for the players, but the structure of it leaves guys ground to a pulp and unable to. All right. I'm 26 and I'm retired.
Mm-hmm. But really, it is still even even the guys at the top, sure, the money's gone up a little bit. Barkley getting 20 and Henry getting 15 and McCaffrey getting about that too. Even those numbers are not that big comparatively to the other positions. Christian Benford is a great player. He's not that well known in the NFL. He makes more money than Saquon Barkley, who's on the Madden cover, right? And is like the number one player at his position. Right now, he'll go like top in fantasy drafts. So if you're a running back, like I do think there is still a reason that it is that low. And the reason is your position is more replaceable.
Mm-hmm.
Your position is more plug and play. It really is the position where you can plug a guy in that wasn't on a team the day before, and you can get away with it and a lot more easily than you can at corner or wide receiver or left tackle. Those guys, again, like it's still true of them that if they come out and like the spreads won't move, you just put the backup in. But you can't just plug a guy in off the street at cornerback or linebacker and expect to not be exposed. You go put who's the guy for the Raiders are a bad example because they were a bad football team, but there was a guy last year that they just picked up, hadn't played football all year. They started like the week he got there and he had like 100 yards. Like wasn't on a team the whole season. Just put him in 100 yards. Like that position, sometimes you could just get that.
Yeah. Benford does not make more than Barkley. He just got a new deal.
Oh, okay. What is his number again?
It is wild.
Rousseau got more than Barkley.
Yeah, Barkley signed for 3 for $37 with the Eagles, and then they just did a new deal, 2 for $41, and added like void years out the wazoo.
So $20.5 million.
Yeah.
And Benford was at 17.
Benford is 17.25.
Okay.
8030550. Thanks for the phone calls. Jeremy and Joe. Carrington Harrison on the Chiefs. We'll check in Kansas City and see how their offseason is going, what it looks like the Chiefs will be this year. Defense, offense, all that good stuff. We care about them. We kind of have to. You can give us a ring in the meantime. Yeah.
When we come back, did you see who's getting an outdoor hockey game this year?
Oh.
Let you know.
There's laughter, so well, let me think about it. There's
yes.
laughter.
Yeah.
Not us?
No, not Buffalo. We're not getting
I think we're getting one in the new stadium, though. That's going to happen.
I would expect within the first couple of years.
That'll happen.
It'd be surprising.
And we'll talk about that with Pete Gwelly on Thursday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase
very
here
much in this life where we are expecting double-digit wins and we're only evaluating them on the playoffs. And that kind of gets to – it almost feels like to me, Joe, I'm bringing my wide receiver point that we talked about with Brandon Beane 2 interviews ago, which is he says that, the receivers aren't the reason we lost. And that's not wrong. 29 points they scored. But I'm thinking about, but on 4th and 5 or 3rd and 10 or the previous drive or 6 different 4th and 1 sneaks, I'm thinking, I know your team is great, but I'm really into 7 plays of an elimination game. And who's out there and what's happening and what am I doing? And for that, I'm on Cook where, man, you got a lot of people pretty confident that Ray Davis is the guy that's just going to be good enough in the most important spot when I just watched James Cook make game-changing plays for them in that game. And that's got me a little nervous. I'm not here telling you they won't be good without Cook, but I need every single edge available to me. And if there's a way to get it over the line with Cook, I've said the whole time, like, I do want him back. I do want him on this team because, these are the margins, and it's. I'm not even disputing they would win the division. Right. The offense would be fine because they tend to be fine with a lot of things. if you go by cap hit by year for Allen, his number is set to be, by freakish, amazing quarterback standards, very manageable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the next 3 years, I did this last week, his cap hit, right now, before any restructures or anything, his cap hit is a lot lower than both Jackson's and Mahomes for the next 3 seasons. 36 this year, 56 next year, 53 next year. Lamar, for example, is 46, then 74, and then 74.
Yeah, no, they'll probably restructure those.
They will, but so will the Bills.
Sure.
Right? So
the Bills, yeah.
So it's easy to see that Allen's number is going to be lower than Lamar's for the next 3. Maybe after that, Allen's is higher, but
that kind of gets to the point where, sure, you're paying a lot to the quarterback, but all the good teams are. All the really good teams are, except for entry-level contracts like if the Bears pop and Jaden Daniels and whoever else.
And Allen's most direct peers, he is going to be getting less than. He's going to be costing you less on your books for the next 3 seasons, which really, if we think about it, age 29, 30, and 31, for a quarterback with this athleticism, not saying he has to be done after that, this is a window here. The next 3 seasons where I'm taking you up to Josh Allen being 32 years old. And at 32, probably still, again, a stallion that could jump over linebackers, but you don't know. So for the next 3 years, he's cheaper than the other guys that he's always compared to.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of these middle contracts. They have Samuel and Palmer and Dawson Knox, right? And Bosa. And that'll even cost him some next year, that Bosa contract. It's really almost like a 2-year deal. So I wonder what the appetite is for a $40 million player like that when you are filling your books here with a lot of tweener contracts, with a lot of middle-of-the-road guys that are – Rousseau is even this.
Yep.
Right? All the guys that you signed are this level of contract. And with that, Allen's number is lower, but if you look at the Bills over the next 3 years, they're right there with those teams.
No, they're right at the top.
They're right there with money that they already have paid out. Like they'll get more room from the cap going up, but they're tied up. They have as much money committed to people like 2027 just on Spot Track. Right now, they have the least amount of cap space in the league. Again, they'll get a ton.
They'll get some,
but their starting point is going to be behind all those other teams.
Joe, you're probably not old enough to remember the show, any of you guys. Kids Say the Darndest Things.
No.
Used to be a television show.
I know of it.
The show would just be kids saying things.
Yeah.
So yesterday, the twins are 4. Mm-hmm. And yesterday we was going to hang out at the house, and, they love to independent play. And then they'll just say something to you every once in a while. I mean, plenty. I talk to my kids a lot. I don't want it to sound like I talk to my kids every once in a while. Anyway, what I'm trying to get to is my daughter turns to me and she says, Daddy, did you know in the 1960s, right, here we go, right?
What a start.
Exactly.
What a start. Did you know in the 1960s?
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, when they're 4, sometimes the sentence starts a few times and then goes, in the 1960s, in the 1960s, Dad, did you know the 19...
You're like, am I about to get like a lesson on the JFK assassination?
Could be anything.
I'm going to the moon.
Where are we going? I am on the ride for this. Let's go. In the 1960s, Pelicans.
Okay. Pelicans.
What?
60s Pelicans.
What
All
is
right,
it?
I'm listening.
What is it? Used to eat people. Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Specifically in the 60s, they did this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
everyone knew. It was a tough decade for Pelicans.
Yeah. Then they stopped? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there's a Kids Say the Darndest Things.
Now, did you try to find the source of this comment?
You know what? I can't even imagine where that would have come from. The reason it came up is because we've got like one of the little Bluey sets, and one of the beach sets for Bluey has a little pelican. And I said, like, oh, here's the pelican. We'll put the pelican away. And then that's what got to in the 1960s. Pelicans used to eat people. All right.
Interesting.
No further questions.
Google AI says pelicans do not and did not eat humans in the 1960s or at any other time.
Thank goodness you checked.
Maybe there was a story out there about, some tragic. But how would they have stumbled upon some news story from the 60s about a pelican? I don't know.
Crazy.
That would make the show, I think. Although I never watched the show, so I don't really know what they're cut off.
What show?
Is. Kids say the darndest things.
Oh, yeah. I really don't remember the format of the show more than I remember it just existing.
Never watched a second of it. Was it
hosted by Bill Cosby?
Yeah. I remember the show being referenced in shows that I would have watched when I was growing up. That was the extent of it.
Yeah, it aired from 97 to 2000.
No. 97?
That must have been the reboot, right? My guess. No. It says original release is 97 to 2000.
97 to 2000?
Yeah.
Come on. I've got that being like a 60s show.
It was initially developed as part of a radio program in 1945.
There you go. Now that sounds closer to what I was expecting.
Yeah. I've had it in a bunch of different countries too.
No, I guess Wikipedia says Cosby's version of it was aired in 97.
There you go.
Way later than I thought.
Did you know? Yes.
I've learned two things in this segment. One, that show was in the 90s, not in like the 60s, and also that pelicans ate people in the 1960s.
Which did not happen. We also learned that you had root beer for the first time.
And I had root beer for the first time.
Congratulations. Well, check in on the Chiefs. Carrington Harrison. He covers and talks Chiefs there in Kansas City. We've had him on countless times. We'll definitely talk to him when we get to that Chiefs game like we always do. But we want to find out what's going on at Chiefs camp. What are the storylines, the additions, the subtractions, and what's the message for the Chiefs after they got walloped in the Super Bowl? Remember that day? It was awesome. It was so great when that happened. My favorite day of the year so far. Yeah. So Carrington Harrison, he joins us next. The league calls and they say like, hey, sorry about everything that's ever happened to you. Here's the fourth pick in the draft.
Okay.
Would you trade the fourth pick in the draft for Micah Parsons? Because you might have a reaction to 3 firsts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Would you trade the fourth? The Bills have the fourth pick in the draft. And Dallas says, straight up, would you do it? Would you do Rousseau and the fourth pick? Because when you put all the assets on the table, it looks really big. Oh, right, it's right. James Cook and A.J. Epinesa and 3 firsts. How about James Cook, A.J. Epinesa, and the fourth pick? Would you do it? Does it change how you kind of receive that?
It does. It definitely does.
Who's the fourth pick in this year's draft?
Ooh. Marvin Harrison Jr. That's last year. That's the caliber of player I'm giving.
It was offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Yeah, I would have traded Will Campbell.
All due respect.
Yeah.
Like Abdul Carter went 3.
It definitely looks like a lot less.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot less. 4th overall picks before. Marvin Harrison Jr., Anthony Richardson, Sauce Gardner.
Anthony Richardson went 4th?
Yeah.
Man, why did I think he went like 12th?
Sauce Gardner, Kyle Pitts, Andrew Thomas, Clean Farrell, Denzel Ward, Leonard Fournette. I would trade a lot of these guys for. I think I would do it. I would definitely do it. Yeah.
So then the obvious takeaway is like,
I just hope there's not a Marvin Harrison Jr. level receiver that's gonna sway me personally. I don't know if it'll sway. It wouldn't sway them.
Then the obvious question is, if you trust the value chart, isn't trading 3 firsts for him the same as trading the 4th pick? If we're being honest and whatever, if we're sticking to the value chart, that's what that is.
What I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, like I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, like I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because he ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So,
it's a great play.
It's an unbelievable play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
You were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino, and he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis?
Because
of the differences between...
Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much... If you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook, and it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but it's a bigger change than just next man up.
He'll be back at practice tomorrow at St. John Fisher, 9:45. Yesterday, James Cook still sitting out with his hold-in, day number 2 for that. Brandon Bean spoke a lot about it with us yesterday morning. You can find that at WGR550.com in the Odyssey app. Injuries yesterday at practice looking relatively the same. Still no Cole Bishop, no Dorian Williams, no Alec Anderson, Cedric Van Pran Granger, Curtis Samuel, among a few others as well. Of course, Maxwell Hairston and Khalil Shakir on that list too. Elsewhere around the NFL, depth charts are starting to come out around the league for the first time. Joe Flacco, the starter for the Cleveland Browns. Travis Hunter is listed as the number one or one of the starting receivers for the Jaguars, and a second-string cornerback. The Browns, in addition to listing Flacco as starter, signed Tyler Huntley at quarterback. They listed Shadur Sanders number 4 on the depth chart, but he's also dealing with an injury, so they bring in Tyler Huntley. Blue Jays win last night. The Yankees fall to Texas, and the Red Sox win their 6th in a row. So at the moment in the AL East, the Blue Jays lead Boston by 3 games and the Yankees by 5.5. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, beautiful day out there. Great day to do something outside. It's a high of 85 today, partly cloudy, some air quality issues.
I think it's supposed to start clearing today, but I think there's still an alert.
The air quality?
For air quality, yeah.
All right.
Maybe it is still
the 10-day forecast on my phone.
Doesn't it all look the same?
Yes. It's almost like the same day for the next 7 days. High of 89 in the next week. Some rain here or there. The stadium on Saturday, by the time we're at that game, high of 86. So one thing about the new stadium that we talk about the canopy and the cover for the elements.
Mm-hmm.
How about for a day when it's 87 and you're in the shade? That'll be a part of it too.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you've been to that stadium on a really hot day on the sun side, the bleachers can get hot.
Yeah.
You may be shedding layers. I can remember being at a game in jeans once when it was really hot, and I was like, I got to go home. I'm uncomfortable.
Wow, in the middle of a game?
That might have been preseason.
That makes more sense.
Why was I wearing jeans? I don't know.
In a preseason game that would have likely been in August.
Maybe I thought it was cool and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Maybe it was an October game.
Remember the Dolphins playoff game here was obviously in January, Skylar Thompson?
Yeah.
That game, I was sitting directly in the sun, and it was winter, so it would have been cold. So I showed up with winter jacket, snow pants even, and I think by the end of the game, I had stripped down to just wearing the jeans I was wearing underneath and the T-shirt that I had on top. Like I was sitting in the stands in January with a T-shirt on because it was just that hot sitting in the sun. Also, that game took forever. So, I think it set the record. I think it's one of the longest Bills games in history.
The Skylar Thompson game?
Yeah, it was long. We were in the sun for 5 hours.
Dolphins had a second half lead in that game?
Yeah, they did.
On scoop and score by who?
Ooh.
What Dolphins defender scoop and scored on a fumble? The Bills fumbled inside their own 10.
Yep.
And why do I say it was like a
It's not Wilkins, right?
No, I thought it was like a single-digit linebacker.
Here we go.
That scored
Zach Sealer.
Okay. It was not. He just got a big contract extension.
Yeah, Zach Sealer. It was a 17-yard sack and then a 5-yard return. That put the Dolphins up in the third quarter 24-20. So they had a lead.
In the playoffs.
In the second half. How different would the relationship with the Dolphins be had they won that game?
If Skylar Thompson had beaten them?
Tua didn't do it, but Skylar Thompson did. And the Bills lost the next week anyway. They'd still have 6 straight division championships. But there would have been a weird lost playoff game in there along the way. Maybe it wouldn't be any different.
Well, regarding the new stadium, we've got some questions for Pete Gwelly to ask him on Thursday when we're back out at training camp. The canopy, I'm sitting here thinking about the canopy. I'm thinking about the new stadium a lot. I got a pair of seats. I got my seats in the upper deck under the canopy.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about, I used to love sitting way up there and seeing the full field. And the elements got to be, if you're in the upper deck, the wind is tough.
Yep.
Of course, you're never protected from anything. And now those seats up there under the canopy, I'm excited. So
yeah,
I waited until it was my turn, went through, took a look, and I got a pair of seats in the upper deck.
Do you know how in the sun, out of the sun, your seats still are?
That I don't know.
You know that you're under
probably
it, protected from rain.
Yeah, probably depends on time of day.
Yeah.
I would have to see like the simulation of where the sun is in the sky, rises and sets. It would rise over the sides of the stadium. It's positioned.
Right.
It's positioned in a different way than the current stadium because of that.
Because I think that's something I'd want to know. Like, am I gonna be looking directly into the sun? Is it gonna be angled so that it's right in my face? You know, that's something you could even you would know now just from being used to the stadium. At least I would. Like on the visitor side is where you're more likely going to be in. Like the sun's going to be in your face.
Right.
On the visitor side, if you would prefer shade, you want the home side.
We haven't been in the new stadium for a tour in a couple of weeks, and we hope to go soon, so we can kind of tell everybody a little bit about this. But my views of it, having walked the concourses, you're looking so much steeper, so much more down.
Yeah.
And there's also in the current stadium, there's all that open air. Like if you're looking out one side of it, you can see, the city. You can see it when you're sitting up top. You can see the lake. You can see the city. You can see everything up there because it's so open. Now in the new stadium, if you want to see those things, you'll have to do that from the concourse or maybe the last row because the whole thing is enclosed.
But you're also going to be higher up, so you're going to have a better view of it.
Maybe
there'll be decks and stuff.
No
bar areas, right? To do
excited.
That.
It is kind of wild. Like a year from now. You'll be planning to go to the Bills' preseason game, if they're going to do a preseason game there, which I think they're going to do, right?
They probably will want it even just for the run-through, right?
Right. That's something I've got on the list of things to talk about with the Bills and Sabres COO is what potential could there be for run-ups to games and all that kind of stuff. So,
yep.
I've got a football story that see how this hits you. It's from college football.
Okay.
This
starts soon.
This falls into this is where I am not always of the most of the popular opinion here.
Okay.
But I am staunchly in this corner and ready to tell all of you, I told you so. Here's another example. Actually, I believe Carrington Harrison's calling right. Okay, we'll get to this on the other side.
All right.
After Carrington, we're going to talk to the Carrington Harrison here, and when we get to the other side, I'm going to tell you about how the ACC and the ESPN are going to air replay booth audio. You will hear the official.
This is not one of your.
You will hear the official talking about what he's looking at.
All right.
While they watch the replay. So that in a moment. But joining us on the Western Hotline, Carrington Harrison, who talks Chiefs, and you've heard him on our airwaves before. We talk every year, multiple times. Carrington, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm going to tell you one thing. That ACC thing is not going to be nearly as cool as you think it's going to be. It sounds amazing, and then we'll see. It will be a big bag of nothing.
Yeah.
That does feel like whenever the UFL has done this, or even when it was the USFL, that is usually how it kind of comes off.
Well, spoiler, on my take on this, Carrington, I hate replay. I hate that it's become a star of the show. I hate rules analysts. And I don't think that we actually do want to hear these people talking about it because when they get the call wrong, you'll just be more upset when you hear this official saying, like, I don't think there's conclusive evidence. Now that you actually hear the words, you're just going to be more upset about it.
I will actually give you two of my sports hot takes this morning before we get to the Chiefs and the Bills. My number one hot sports take is I think March Madness is overrated and people like it because it's one of the few sporting events that happen while we're at work. And my second one is we were all happier before instant replay. Like we have this perception that they'll get the calls right. They get the same number of calls right and wrong as they did before, but now it just takes them 30 minutes to get to the wrong answer where we just instantly got to the wrong answer.
Well, we are closely aligned on that. I can't stand that these games are ground to a halt for a rules analyst to tell you what you see with your own eyes. But anyway, Carrington, we had you on to talk about the Chiefs. Of course, we're deep in Bill's training camp. The story here so far is a lot of injuries, and James Cook has just become a big-time story for sitting out a couple of practices, and we're waiting to see where that goes. What's the story at Chiefs camp? What is going on in Kansas City to bounce back off a pretty rough Super Bowl loss, and what's really been the overarching theme to kind of getting back on top?
I would say there's been two themes so far at Chiefs camp. Number one has been continuity. I mean, the Chiefs are the same as they were last year. Like all of the research that you did for the last Chiefs and Bills game, they're the same. Like right now on defense, the only difference is they don't have Justin Reed. Everybody else is back from last year's defense other than Justin Reed. For the most part, their offense, skill position players are the same. So that's number one. Number two is Josh Simmons, the left tackle out of Ohio State. I think a lot of people thought that he was going to be kind of a redshirt this season. It doesn't appear that way. He has taken every snap as the starting left tackle for the Chiefs. He was number one on their first depth chart. I think he's going to be their starting left tackle come opening night against the Chargers in Brazil. So those have been the two storylines. People are really high on Josh Simmons. He's had a very strong camp. And second, just in continuity, the Chiefs are the same as they were last year.
To that point, Carrington, when you look back at the Super Bowl, was it about the Eagles and what they did, or was it to you a little bit more about the Chiefs had a truly fatal flaw with their offensive line that the team was finally able to kind of break open?
I think it was a little bit of everything. I think it was easy to kind of put everything on the offensive line. This is something that I think the text line of my listeners kind of disagree with me on. I think the Eagles are one of the few teams that had the ability to take advantage of what the Chiefs kind of struggled with last year. The Chiefs only really had one speed option and one guy that could get open. I think the Eagles got really physical up front with the Chiefs, and the Chiefs just didn't like it. And I think it was kind of one of those things where, you know, the Chiefs kind of know how hard Buffalo hits. They play Buffalo often. They know how hard Baltimore hits. I think they got hit pretty hard by the Eagles and hadn't been hit that hard in a long time. And I think they kind of went into a shock. And you wake up, and next thing you know, it's 21-0, and the Chiefs, everything was kind of unraveling. And all of the worst things that could happen happened to the Chiefs. So it is going to be interesting. Those two teams play in week 2 of the season. The Eagles are largely the same as they were last year. The Chiefs are. So it's going to be a really interesting test to kind of see where Kansas City is this season.
How much of that improved offensive line is kind of up to Simmons, who was a late first-round pick and right at the end? And really, like, that was an injury, right, Carrington? If you could take us back to the draft on his draft stock going down. Otherwise, I feel like I remember, if I can think back to that time, that if the injuries didn't exist, that he was a guy that might have gone even in the top half of the first round.
Yeah, so he actually broke his patella in college, so he didn't finish out his career at Ohio State. So a lot of people feel if he had been healthy, he'd have been a top 10, top 15 pick, and he just kind of fell towards the Chiefs. You know, one of my arguments while the draft process was going on is if you're the Chiefs and you need a left tackle, you know, you're never going to be in a position to take Tristan Wirfs. You're never going to be in a position to take Rashawn Slater or one of those kind of prospects. So if you feel like this guy would have been the 12th overall pick, you got to take the chance and just hope that you can trust your medical staff to get him back to 100%. And that's what happened. I mean, their right side of the offensive line is the same as it's been. Their center, right guard, they paid both of them, Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. Their right tackle is the same. The left side is what's different. Kingsley Suamataia, who was a second-round pick a couple of years ago, he's going to likely start at left guard. And then Josh Simmons. So, I mean, Josh Simmons is the new addition for this team. Like, honestly, go through their depth chart for the Super Bowl and then what they just put out there. It is the same team. The only noticeable difference is that that Joe Thuney now plays for the Bears, and they have replaced him essentially with Josh Simmons from Ohio State.
Carrington Harrison joining us on the Western Hotline. Carrington, is that offense going to get back to the top? I mean, this is a team that has been very successful with an offense that didn't quite measure up to years prior. Viewing from here, it looked like 2 years in a row the offense was gettable. How do you feel about their offense this year? Will there be an improvement?
I think a lot of it depends on the health of their wide receivers. The Chiefs just love 5'9", 180-pound wide receivers, which are really good when they're running around and flying and making plays. But you got to play 20 weeks of football. Like, if you factor in the Chiefs in the regular season and go into the postseason, Hollywood Brown breaks down sometimes. Xavier Worthy was on the concussion protocol so far during training camp. Rasheed Rice tore his knee last year, and we're kind of waiting to see when he ultimately gets suspended. So I think the big thing, and this is the point that I've made on my show, is, you know, having those big explosive plays, they come from having explosive players. Burrow has T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, so it's easy to have those big splash down the field kind of plays. You know, the Chiefs, when Patrick Mahomes was at his strongest, you had the best version of Tyreek Hill and the best version of Travis Kelce. When you've lost those two things, Mahomes is still obviously very productive, but you're going to lose a lot of that pop, a lot of that sizzle, because they just don't have the healthy weapons to kind of produce that. So I think the hope is if you can keep some guys healthy, you bring Rasheed Rice back off suspension, Xavier Worthy in year 2, can they keep Hollywood healthy and get him back a productive run game with Isaiah Pacheco? There's certainly a lot of high hopes for what the offense can be this season.
What about Kelce? Travis Kelce last year, 133 targets, still like very involved, obviously, but the efficiencies come down a little bit, and he's 35, so that would be expected. He'll be 36 this season. I don't know. Do you feel like there's a wind down coming for Kelce, or do you think he's still going to be a guy that we look up and see, maybe he's not putting up, 1,400 yards like he used to, but he'll still be 100-plus targets?
Yeah, I kind of feel like if Travis Kelce has that many targets, that means something went wrong. I don't think that was the plan last year, but injuries kind of led them to that point. So I've kind of felt this way for a couple of years, and I think it's bearing in the stats. Football's not made to be played at 35, 36, not at a high level. So I think at this point, I kind of look at him like a basketball player where I just want Kelce to knock down threes and play good defense. And you really just need him for the postseason. Can he be Al Horford for you? He doesn't need to be your star, but can he be your third or fourth option? Again, just knock down a couple of shots, play good defense, be available for the postseason. That's where I think we are in Kelce's career. He's not fast enough to run by people anymore the way that he used to. He's not athletic enough to kind of break free. He's kind of just turned into that really smart veteran who just works the middle of the field and is still very productive in what he does, but he's not the Kelce of 2-3 years ago.
Carrington Harrison joining us on the Western Hotline talking Chiefs. Finally, you've seen the Bills off season. I mean, the Bills don't always look at the Chiefs and say, what do we got to do to beat them? I don't know. How do you feel like the AFC plays out? Are there three big dogs again? Are you ready to entertain a fourth? Is L.A. going to get there? The Chargers or the Broncos going to be there? Or are we looking at the same three big dogs we have the last couple seasons?
I've denounced Justin Herbert and all his works. Justin Herbert is the least accomplished quarterback of his entire era. Like all of the quarterbacks who are around him, he has done the absolute least. He's fooled me way too many times in my life. I refuse to believe in Justin Herbert. I'm with you. I still think it's those same three teams. I also think we're all kind of waiting to see how good Denver can possibly be. I think Denver kind of surprised some people last year. They might have the best defense of any team in the AFC. I really like their draft. So I think we're all kind of waiting to see if Denver's ready to take that next step and go from being a 9-10 win team to an 11-12 win team and put themselves in that conversation. But, yeah, for the most part, I think it's the same AFC that we've seen the last handful of seasons. It's Kansas City, Baltimore, and Buffalo. And we're all trying to figure it out. I actually think Buffalo should be the one seed in the AFC. You have Baltimore and Kansas City both at home this year. And you look at Buffalo's schedule. Buffalo's schedule is a 13, 14, 15-win schedule. Buffalo should be the one seed this year in the AFC.
That's the plan. Carrington, thanks again. We'll talk, a couple months, maybe sooner. We'll see.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Carrington Harrison, host of The Drive in Kansas City, covering the Chiefs. Got that ACC ESPN story. I also just found something I have to bring this up.
What happened?
So, you know how this goes.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to offer you something, and I don't know, not just you, Owen, Josh, everybody here. I'm going to offer you a trade that has been suggested by the Athletic NFL staff.
Okay.
I want to know how fast you're going to say yes to this trade.
Okay.
So the
ready.
Article is Terry McLaurin trade proposals. You're already in.
I'm in.
You're already in.
Scary Terry. No, go ahead.
5 potential offers for the Commanders. And it's not just teams, but what
they would offer on top of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Patriots. 3rd-round pick for McLaurin.
I mean, they should do that in a heartbeat. I know they pay Diggs a lot, but come on.
49ers. Ayuk for McLaurin. Ooh. Chargers.
Should they trade Ayuk for McLaurin? Ayuk is still, 5 years younger than him?
And he is, if he's healthy,
I don't think I would do that.
ACL, he is an elite receiver.
I think I'd bet on Ayuk getting back. I wouldn't do that if I'm the Niners.
Okay. Chargers. 2026 4th-round pick for McLaurin.
Yes. Wait, how come they're giving up a 4th, but New England's giving up a 3rd?
Maybe, I don't know, whatever.
All right,
New England's a little worse, maybe.
The more desperate.
Steelers, 3rd-round pick and Roman Wilson for McLaurin.
Sure, easily.
And then the final offer, presented by the Athletic NFL staff.
Mm-hmm.
Bills. Mm-hmm. Curtis Samuel and a 5th.
Can we hammer some sort of button here?
Curtis Samuel and a 5th. If they traded Curtis Samuel and a 5th for Terry McLaurin today, what would everybody do?
Stop. We can't do that.
Celebrate like it would be like parading
That'd
in
be
the
our
streets.
celebration.
We're not
for
about that life anymore.
That's the button we'd all smash to say yes to that
who
trade.
wouldn't be happy? Who would not be happy?
I mean, he's not going to get traded for a third
Throw
or a
the
fifth.
bean sunglasses meme on City Hall if they make that trade. A fifth and
Protected
Curtis Samuel.
Grain elevators if they do that.
What on earth?
Right.
This-
Every building, replace all flags on all flagpoles with a cutout of the bean sunglasses meme.
It was like the Josh Allen Gatorade banner. You can see it from Canada. You got to have a bean one like that.
Yes.
Have a big one like that.
What an offer.
What an offer.
I do not anticipate. Fire your GM if you're the Commanders if you do that.
Yeah, what is
None of
the
these-
explanation for all of those being so low is what? That he's just, that's his age?
That he's old and he needs a deal. And that when this happens, they go for cheap.
That is not... the problem here is, though, McLaurin just had a giant year. Last season, when the Bills traded Diggs for a second, one thing that I went back and looked at was that was actually really good value for a wide receiver of that age. If you go back 10 years...
That wants to get paid.
And look at receivers that need a contract that are 30. Those guys do not fetch much. Like Brandon Marshall went for a fifth to the Jets or something. Like there's a lot of examples of guys that go for nothing. The Bills getting a second for Diggs was actually like one of the highest. There was like one, maybe Julio Jones was the only one that went for more to Tennessee. Like everyone else went for cheap. So I get that, but McLaurin just had his best season, right? Doesn't that make it that would, to me, I would think make it a little different than all those other situations.
Half the reason that Samuel, maybe most of the reason, is included in this offer.
Well, he would have to be.
They need some cap space to do it.
Yeah.
And they would have to do other things as well. And Bean just told us, like, everybody says, yeah, do this, do this, do this, do this.
Yeah.
When you asked him about Parsons.
Right.
So part of the question I would want to ask you is, if the Commanders were thinking, like, yeah, Diggs for a second, that was it. All right, well, if we're going to go to Buffalo, he's going to need some space. So sure, Curtis Samuel and a third.
Mm-hmm.
Who says no? Bean would have to get to work on 25, 26 and start to restructure and move. He'd have to get to work.
Fit it in.
And, of course, you do that.
Then you have to extend and pay a wide receiver who's 30.
Right, which when you already have Palmer now for a couple years at 11, and you do dump Samuel.
How does it work?
It doesn't work because...
Well, how does it work on the field? He comes in, and that's not a problem. That's amazing. He's going to play, and he's going to be great. How does the rest of it work? You're just going to line up McLaurin and... See, this. You have four guys now that you have a good investment in. McLaurin, you'll have a ton of invested in with money.
Shakir extended.
Palmer. Coleman is a draft pick, and Palmer is a signing.
Right.
So McLaurin would go to the top, but you would have... It would... You know what I mean? Like it would be a lot of guys, a lot of mouths to feed suddenly that you would feel like you have to feed, as opposed to now where it's just like, everybody kind of can have whatever they want because there's no top dog.
Right. They've kind of clogged it up to a point. They might not need any help in this department by next year.
But he would make them better.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean,
he would definitely make them better.
Yes.
Deebo Samuel got traded for a fifth this offseason.
Right.
So basically, it would almost be like they would have traded McLaurin for Deebo Samuel, which to me is a terrible trade.
Terrible.
That's a terrible trade at this point.
But again, I don't anticipate that. If the Niners, not the Niners, if the Patriots get him, and it's McLaurin and Diggs. By the way, see, Mac Hollins wore his vintage shirt with the cuts in it.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch the New England media go through all of the steps that we went through. Like, look at it, this guy doesn't wear shoes.
Did I see someone...
Look at the shirt that he's wearing.
Did I see someone reference, though, that maybe Patriots fans aren't reacting to him the same way Bills fans did? Let me find that before I go any deeper on that. I thought I saw a reference to New England fans not taking in Mac Hollins the way Bills fans did, which was all fun and games and,
Yeah.
Anyways.
We wondered about Mac Hollins until he started, producing. Like, all right, sure. Show up to the game dressed like Fred Flintstone. He did that.
Yeah. There's Patriots, like the first one, don't want him on the team.
803-0550.
And then some other things that I wouldn't say in the air.
All right, to this, they're Patriots fans, so
Mm-hmm.
The story about the ACC and ESPN and replay, more replay you don't want coming your way.
What I'm saying is part of the discussion about what, those biggest moments and in those biggest games, like I might agree that I could just say the pass blocking be damned. He's your most dangerous back. He should be out there. But in reality, it feels like they wouldn't have him out there. So the discussion of they'll be fine, like I already am going to probably face those biggest moments without him out there already. I already kind of don't have him because the team doesn't put him out there.
Conversely, some of these games you played in, there weren't big moments late because he ripped off a 65-yard touchdown run and killed it for you. And in that game, the only reason you're in the big play at the final drive is because he got in the end zone on 4th and 1 for you.
Right.
So,
it's a great play.
It's an unbelievable
it's a
play.
Statuesque play.
It's an unbelievable play. He makes that play, and we're sitting here saying, well, he wasn't out on the next drive. True.
Yeah.
You were not in that drive if he's not there. It's not that complicated, but it is interesting. We've got some clips to play a little bit later, listening to Jerry Ostrowski. I talked to him yesterday as part of the Bill Squad show that I do with him and Joe Marino, and he said flat out that if James Cook's not on the team, the Bills' offensive line has to change the way that it blocks.
Because of Davis?
Because
of the differences between...
Because what they run when Cook is on the field, Ray Davis would not really succeed with on the same level. So now I'm taking my rushing attack. Think about how much, if you love what the Bills did on offense last year, running the ball, protecting the football, everybody eats, and they want to run it back. If they run it back minus James Cook, they run it back without that blocking scheme, kind of, because that blocking scheme suits Cook, and it doesn't suit Davis. They have to change their offense. Their continuity of what they do on offense is kind of disrupted by that. And, Cook is at the center of all this, but it's a bigger change than just next man up. The league calls and they say hey, sorry about everything that's ever happened to you. Here's the 4th pick in the draft.
Okay.
Would you trade the 4th pick in the draft for Micah Parsons? Because you might have a reaction to 3 firsts. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Would you trade the 4th? The Bills have the 4th pick in the draft. And Dallas says, straight up, would you do it? Would you do Rousseau and the 4th pick? Because when you put all the assets on the table, it looks really big. Oh,
right,
it's James Cook and A.J. Epinesa and 3 firsts. How about James Cook, A.J. Epinesa, and the 4th pick? Would you do it? And does it change how you kind of receive that?
It does. It definitely does.
Who's the 4th pick in this year's draft?
Ooh. Marvin Harrison Jr. That's last year. That's the caliber of player I'm giving.
It was offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Yeah, I would have traded Will Campbell.
All due respect.
Yeah.
Like Abdul Carter went 3.
It definitely looks like a lot less.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot less. 4th overall picks before Marvin Harrison Jr., Anthony Richardson, Sauce Gardner.
Anthony Richardson went 4th?
Yeah.
Man, why did I think he went 12th?
Sauce Gardner, Kyle Pitts, Andrew Thomas, Clean Farrell, Denzel Ward, Leonard Fournette. I would trade a lot of these guys for. I think I would do it. I would definitely do it. Yeah.
So then the obvious takeaway is if
I just hope there's not a Marvin Harrison Jr. level receiver that's gonna sway me personally. I don't know if it'll sway. It wouldn't sway them.
Then the obvious question is, if you trust the value chart, isn't trading 3 firsts for him the same as trading the 4th pick? If we're being honest and whatever, if we're sticking to the value chart, that's what that is.
steps up. Jumps over the defenders to pick up the first. Now, how many quarterbacks have you ever seen hurdle anyone?
Nobody.
That might be a first.
Oh, my goodness. What's this?
This is a freak play.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Happy trails, as they used to say on PTI, maybe still do, to Anthony Barr.
I mean, this is cruel. This is cruel.
You get jumped over.
The man was a 4-time Pro Bowler and just had a 10-year career. He says so long, and all of the internet right now is like, hey, remember the time you got jumped over?
He was the first victim.
He was the first victim.
Josh Allen jumping over people.
Poor Anthony Barr.
Anthony Barr. Mm-hmm.
Now, how was he supposed to know? We didn't know that was in there.
No, that's right.
Nobody knew that he was about to do anything like that.
We found out that day.
We found out together with Anthony Barr, and yet he's the one who's going to get mocked.
That was also the second most impressive play from Allen in that game.
The second most impressive? He did like a Superman dive for a touchdown, right?
A full-on Superman dive with the ball out like Cam Newton. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
That game, they rolled. Diggs is on that Minnesota team, right?
Yes.
There's a Jason Kroom touchdown in that game where he's wide open.
Total coverage bust, yep.
Bills were 17
point dogs?
Point dogs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Best game of that year? Easily, right? Most fun game of that year?
What year is that?
2018, Allen's rookie year. Gotta be.
Yeah, 2019 was the full coming out party.
No, not quite. Like, they make the playoffs, but Allen's not great yet. He's fine. He's good. He's fine.
Isn't 2019 where they have the games against the Rams?
No, it's 20.
That's 2020?
2020. 2019 is like Allen's pretty good, but we're not all the way there yet. They're a playoff team. He loses his mind in the Houston playoff game.
Yeah.
2020 is, okay, this dude is like a superstar.
Yeah. His rookie season, so Vikings 27-6. The next week they lost 22-0. Then they beat the Titans.
Green Bay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Allen goes out with the injury. They don't score any touchdowns. Matt Barkley went in, right, in New York against the Jets, or is that an Allen game? I'll have to pull that
There's a
one up.
Peterman game in that season against Chicago.
41-9.
The infamous Hail Mary at the end of the first half that he decides to take off.
He ran
60 yards.
He ran.
Oh, he was such a gift. Still playing. He's on Atlanta.
Good for him.
It's incredible.
So, story from the college football world and ESPN. The ESPN and ACC are going to be airing booth reviews live with audio. This fall, the ACC and its longtime television partner are rolling out a new initiative, bringing fans directly into the replay booth. Oh, it's just what I've always wanted. Starting this season, this is from awfulannouncing.com and via David Teal of the Virginian Pilot. Friday night ACC games and ACC Network's primetime Saturday broadcasts will let viewers hear the real-time deliberations between the on-field referee, the press box replay official, and the league's command center. More. They tested this late last year, and they kind of thought, like, wait a minute, what if, and according to Teal, the idea surfaced during a routine ACC ESPN production meeting. Someone posed a simple question. What if ESPN rules analyst Matt Austin could actually hear the officials' conversations during replay reviews and explain them to the audience in real time? So again,
is this because there were Miami last year?
Yes, there's a Hail Mary play.
There were there were a couple of games I feel like where everyone was accusing the ACC of propping up Miami with calls to get them in the playoff.
I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one, but just look at what has happened to your consciousness here. The rules of analysts exist to say to you, as you watch 1 foot come down in bounds, say, guys, I only see 1 foot. Oh, thanks, Matt. Now, the concept is, what if a rules analyst could hear the conversations of the official and the replay and tell you what it means? So now, I'll get an official saying, yeah, I'm not seeing a conclusive ruling here. And then the rules analyst will say, folks, he's saying he doesn't see a conclusion. Oh, yeah, we do.
We are still going to get the rules analyst?
Yes.
Because to me,
the rules
if
analyst,
I was getting the rules analyst replaced with what we're hearing from the rules officials, that would be better to me. That would be better. I don't want this guy deciphering what they're talking about. Give me, instead of him talking for 20 seconds, I would rather have the actual conversation for 20 seconds and then the play-by-play and color guy talk about it after. But if I'm getting the real conversation and then I'm still getting the rules analyst
who's going to deliberate,
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's all ridiculous because just like Dean Blandino in the XFL, nobody actually gets anything out of this that's any good. You are still going to hate the call. Now what you're going to have is 4 people discussing the call that you think should be overturned, and they're going to tell you why they didn't overturn it, and you're still going to be mad. You're probably going to be more mad about it.
I was going to say the only time it'll ever be interesting is if you hear a screw up. On like that I'm thinking of, there's a soccer example of this because they have this in the Premier League like after the fact where they'll tell you the VAR conversations. A couple years ago there was a Liverpool game where there was a goal that the ref had overturned on offsides and the VAR conversation was, hey, that's actually a good goal. And like they reviewed it, good goal. The ref misunderstood and thought he said no goal. So he started the play back up.
Yeah.
No goal. And then right after you hear the VAR go, oh, no, wait, no, it's a goal. And they're like, oh, it's too late.
Right.
And that
we can't just put a number on the board.
But what did that do? That just caused a circus after the fact. I got 10 times more mad because now I know like what happened there.
Right.
And that's the only time it'll ever be interesting.
The other,
I think that's the only time.
The other scenario could be interesting. Is if they're discussing it and then they go to the rules analyst and the rules analyst like, guys, that's not the rule.
Oh, like he goes, man, those guys do not step out.
Guys,
like that.
That's not the rule.
Those analysts do not step out.
Can
like
a rules analyst possibly, again, when they bring a rules analyst on for a often completely worthless 30 seconds of analysis, they're just saying like, it's really close, guys. I guess they don't see XYZ. Now that rules analyst is going to say, well, I mean, you heard it. He said they don't see XYZ. I did.
Well, let's play this out because really this is the ACC's version of the refs help the Chiefs, right? Like Miami for them last year was this. Like Miami was top of the conference. They were in a playoff spot. And it's like the ACC wants Miami in the playoff. And so all the other ACC teams, I remember Eric Wood talking about this with him before one of the Bills games last year. He's the Louisville guy. Like, oh yeah, they're giving Miami the calls. And it was hard to argue. Like there were some ridiculous calls. That's the Chiefs. So let's play it out. This is in the NFL. Last year in the AFC Championship game. How do we think it goes? They're reviewing Allen's QB sneak. How do we think it goes? They're going to go to the booth, and then what are we going to hear?
I don't see conclusive evidence that he made the line to gain. And then what do we do?
And there probably is more talking about it than that. Like, would you get one guy going, I don't know, he might be past. The other guy like, I don't know if he is.
That's worse.
That's worse?
That's worse. It's so.
And then they go, well, I guess it's inconclusive.
Imagine if it's a vote 3-1. Wait, that guy saw.
Oh man, you mentioned voting in these calls.
It's worse. Every further step we go into more replay and more finger quotes transparency is worse. We do not want this, but we're gonna get it. Do not want.
I will say I would rather have this than the rules analyst. I don't want both. I guess if I could have none of them, I'd probably take none of them. But if I'm going to get one thing, I'd rather have the 20 seconds of what's going on in the replay booth rather than the rules analyst guessing at what's going on in the replay booth. I'd rather have that.
Scott writes into me, I'd love this for the NHL. I have a deep distrust for how they do things and love transparency there.
There, I think you would get on a nightly basis them looking like fools. So I would like that too.
It would just be, listen, we don't even need this. If you want to, just call me, and I'll say, oh, yeah, hey, yeah, oh, hold on, turn the game on, flip on channel. Yeah, the guy didn't see enough evidence to overturn it. Thanks, bye. That's the whole thing. This isn't mysterious.
It's just the pool report that we get after that's useless, but in
why
real
didn't
time?
They overchange it? They didn't think they had to. They didn't think there was enough. What did they see out there? Not the thing you wanted them to see. It's still just... Except now it's just all these voices. And these delays, aren't they going to go longer? aren't they going to feel like, let's have a conversation? We're not keeping people
No, they won't do it as an act.
No, it's no longer keeping people in the dark. Now it's, hey, we're on camera. We're going to make sure we talk over every single possible point of this. We're going to make sure they know we're thorough. These will be 4-minute delays.
No, they're not going to be. They're going to be the same thing. They're putting a mic in, right? You think they're going to be forcing conversation because they know they're on television?
Now that they know they are mic'd up, now that they know this is being part of the broadcast, yes. Yes.
I don't know. That part I might be skeptical of. That we're going to get long. They're not going to want longer delays, unless it's presented by blank.
Oh,
this rules conversation. This replay review was presented by Dukes Mayo.
You don't think every one of those officials out there dreams of being the next Gene Steratore? You too could be on every single NFL broadcast. Shout out Gene Steratore. All right,
so don't watch the ACC this year.
I mean,
that's tough for you.
It is.
This is just the ACC games on ESPN?
Yes, in like primetime windows.
But most of their games are on ESPN, and there's ACC Network, which isn't that run by ESPN also?
Yeah.
So basically, that's all your Syracuse games this year?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Extendo Sports and then Sal's Up with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We're out at training camp tomorrow. 2 more days of camp left at St. John Fisher. Then they break camp to come back to Buffalo to start the preseason. Jeremy and Joe, Extendo Sports coming up on WGR.
Easy to start with here. James Cook yesterday shows up street clothes, says business when asked why he's not taking part in practice. Was that a surprise to have that happen?
Yeah, it's not something we were fully aware of until, shortly before practice. And so I get it. I understand it's the world we're in, I guess, of how players want to respond and things like that. Love James, and at the end of the day, we want all our guys practicing. We know that. I mean, we got some guys out, due to injuries or soft tissue and stuff like that. So we're trying to get as many guys on the practice field as we can and start preparing for this first preseason game. And hopefully we'll get him back out there soon. But remains to be seen whether he's going to show it today or not.
When you spoke about him earlier at camp, I think a lot of people kind of came away with the tone that constant contact with him and with you and his agent, or your team and his agent, and it felt to me like there has been a dialogue, and Tom Pelissero reports that is the case and that there's not been a breakdown. In fact, he says that it's not believed that things are too far apart with this.
Yeah, I mean, without getting into things, there's been constant communication with his agent, either with myself or Kevin Meegank and with Jimbo. And so, at the end of the day, I wish we weren't here. This is my 9th season here. We've never had a player miss due to a contract or anything like that, so that's disappointing for me. It's not something we want, not something we're looking forward to. But at the end of the day, it's like I said earlier, it's kind of sometimes can be the way of the world, and so we'll deal with it the best we can. Like I said, hopefully, I'd love to see Jimbo out there today. I don't know that answer at this point this morning. Whether that will happen or not, but if it's not today, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll keep trying to, or the next day. I think we got a day off, but hopefully get him back out there soon.
If you go by cap hit by year for Allen, his number is set to be, by freakish amazing quarterback standards, very manageable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the next 3 years, I did this last week, his cap hit right now, before any restructures or anything, his cap hit is a lot lower than both Jackson's and Mahomes for the next 3 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
36 this year, 56 next year, 53 next year. Lamar, for example, is 46, then 74, and then 74.
Yeah, no, they'll probably restructure those.
They will, but so will the Bills.
Sure.
Right? So
the Bills, yeah.
It's easy to see that Allen's number is going to be lower than Lamar's for the next 3. Maybe after that, Allen's is higher, but
that kind of gets to the point where, sure, you're paying a lot to the quarterback, but all the good teams are. All the really good teams are, except for entry-level contracts like if the Bears pop and Jaden Daniels and whoever else.
And Allen's most direct peers, he is going to be getting less than. He's going to be costing you less on your books for the next 3 seasons, which really, if we think about it, age 29, 30, and 31. For a quarterback with this athleticism, I'm not saying he has to be done after that. This is a window here. The next 3 seasons where I'm taking you up to Josh Allen being 32 years old. And at 32, probably still, again, a stallion that could jump over linebackers, but you don't know. So for the next 3 years, he's cheaper than the other guys that he's always compared to.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of these middle contracts. They have Samuel and Palmer and Dawson Knox, right? And Bosa. And that'll even cost them some next year, that Bosa contract. It's really almost like a 2-year deal. So I wonder what the appetite is for a $40 million player like that when you are filling your books here with a lot of tweener contracts, with a lot of middle-of-the-road guys that are – Rousseau is even this.
Yep.
Right? All the guys that you signed are this level of contract. And with that, Allen's number is lower, but if you look at the Bills over the next 3 years, they're right there with those teams.
No, they're right at the top.
They're right there with money that they already have paid out. Like they'll get more room from the cap going up, but they're tied up. They have as much money committed to people like 2027 just on Spot Track. Right now, they have the least amount of cap space in the league. Again, they'll get a ton.
They'll get some.
But their starting point is going to be behind all those other teams. Were you a fan at all of the original Naked Gun movie?
Not really.
No?
Not a fan, but just not. It's not in my,
It's not in your wheelhouse?
Yeah, I'm not quoting it.
So then you would have no interest in seeing the new one?
Very, 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 very little.
It's just so weird to me that Liam Neeson is in a comedy and is going to make this switch from action star, where every movie looks the same, basically, for the last 10 years, to he's now going to do comedy. But I go by Rotten Tomatoes for a lot of this, 90%.
People like it.
Yeah. Which is surprising to me, but it's not a movie I've also ever seen, so it would be very new to me, I think. It's like slapstick comedy, isn't it? Like dumb comedy, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, slapstick, I think, is the word you're looking for.
All right.
Slapstick.
Pamela Anderson also in it. I think they're dating now. Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson. That's the thing.
Okay.
I don't know. Twitter. But my Twitter the last couple of days is Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson and Des Bryant and Nicki Minaj fighting about Jerry Jones. That's Twitter in the last 48 hours.
We need football to start so bad. We need football. Let's go.
I hear it's that, and it's here quarterback passing stats in training camp. Connor Hughes just tweeted out Justin Fields' last 3 practices: 2 of 10, 4 of 16, 2 of 6.
Doesn't sound great.
No. It also probably isn't meaningful at all.
Sal's coming up at top of the hour. He'll have John Scott from Channel 2 and
Pete Lembo, also head coach of the UB Bulls.
UB Bulls head coach Pete Lembo at 11:30.
Who I saw have a 7.5 win total for this season.
Oh,
it's pretty good.
Good for them.
Syracuse is not that high.
No, their schedule's very difficult. Syracuse is.
Tennessee's the opening game. UB opens on the 28th at night at Minnesota. And I've already seen, it was Pete Thamel maybe. It was one of the national guys. This is one of your upsets for week 1. UB at Minnesota. That's a mid Big Ten team that they could definitely beat.
They played there before.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Recently?
In the last however many years, UB fans would know.
Okay.
They played there before. Speaking of the 28th, that is the day the rivalries uniforms come out. And
right.
You know what I think would be a fun kind of idea? Is if the NFL allowed teams to sell the rivalry uniforms before you see them. Like $10 off, you buy it right now.
They would get leaked immediately, though.
No, you don't get it.
Oh.
You want to buy it?
Oh, without knowing what it looks like.
Just the concept, you know the themes.
Okay.
You've seen Josh Allen like a frozen zombie, Game of Thrones, blah. $10 off, you buy it right now.
Interesting.
I buy that jersey. I am confident that it's going to be great.
All right.
That's
not a bad idea.
I've been wrong before. Yeah, right now, $10 pre-sale.
Man, you could get some mad fans though if it stunk. Imagine 10 years ago the Sabres did that promotion, and then you see the yellow bird.
You might want
jersey.
You might want a refund. Yeah, that's right. All right, Sal's on the way. Tomorrow we are back at St. John Fisher for Bills training camp. We'll be speaking with Bills head coach Sean McDermott. And we expect like the 9 o'clock hour. Big show from training camp tomorrow. Joe Marino, Sal Mariana, Sal Capaccio. Yeah, big show. So back from Fisher tomorrow as we get closer and closer to the end of camp.